if I pronounce it like United Nations, UN, and Laborie. So a lot of you who are kind of wonder how it's pronounced. As John said, I'm a professor in industrial engineering at Purdue University, and I'm an academic director for Laser Pulse. And I would really like to welcome you to join us in person at Howard University. We're also delighted to have some guests online join virtually throughout the world. Welcome. And Laser Pulse, some of you are not familiar with our program. It stands for Long-Term Assistance and Services for Research, partner for University-led Solution Engine. This program is an innovation itself, a big experiment designed by USAID as part of the Higher Education Solution Network 2.0. Without the guidance and thought leadership from USAID, we won't be able to achieve what we have today. So I want to shout out to our AOR, Kevin Roberts, Alt AOR, Gwen Wells, which you will see later today. Our prior AORs, Brian Bingham, Sienna Fletcher, and also their team in IPR for their commitment and continued support. I really appreciate everything they have done for us. I also want to thank to Dr. Abdul Rahman, the PI of the Laser Pulse, now the Dean of Engineering at Purdue University. And I have the privilege to be part of this very exciting and innovative program by USAID. So today, I would like to take a few minutes to talk to you about the role of higher education in research and innovation. And also, how do we increase the relevance and accessibility of research in global development? According to NSF, the National Science Foundation, there were 2.9 million scientific publications in the world. This in 2020. So in the United States alone, in 1 year, we published 440,000 scientific papers. In the same year, university and research institutions have filed 7,580 patents, including out of that, there are over 1,000 startup companies established based on university research and intellectual property. This shows research and innovation is at the core of higher ed. There are some other areas that higher education, research, and innovation can contribute to global development. 3 areas I would like to highlight here. First is to inform policy and practice. Research can provide insight to effectiveness of policy and program, and it can help to identify the gaps and the area for future development. Second area is in identifying new solutions. Researchers can contribute to the development of new technology, new practice, new methods that can help to achieve development goals. To give you a few examples, the research to renewable energy technology can help contribute to the goal of affordable and clean energy. The research in agricultural practices in storage, supply chain, can contribute to the goal of zero hunger. Now, the third area that research can contribute is to monitoring progress. Research can use analysis to monitor progress and identify areas where additional effort is needed. This can ensure that the resources are targeted towards the area where they can make the greatest impact. Of course, research can also study potential solution and future trend beyond the current structure. Think outside the box. That being said,
cooperation will also allow to manage all activities and resources of all members. Most importantly, this contracting partnership is going to foster a sense of ownership and clear responsibility for both the outcome of research as well as outcome of the. This will promote localization, sustainability, and long-term gain. Now, there will be the second point, research accessibility. We are talking about user-centered design for research methods. Additionally, academic paper used for other research. We're focusing on the analysis quality that can be generalized. The other research has a very economics, and we need to have a different way of communicating these findings. It will actually contribute to the actual state of making practices programming. Research needs to be designed right from the start with the understanding of the needs of the particular research users and most stakeholders in practice. To ensure the product from research are acceptable and usable for the products. Of course, these two areas are not possible without time and investment. Throughout today, we will hear more about recent policy approach addressing these two areas, research development and research sustainability, and how we operationalize this approach to transform the new way of doing business to address the goals of the development. Now, you will hear more about learning from our research, from our research dedicated to creating artists engagement and education. As an engineer, I'm certainly appreciate and recognize the complexity, chaos, uncertainty, the dynamics of the challenge we face evolve around. We live in a very well-connected world with strong dependency upon each other. With vital things, with more different natural disasters, complex information, along with very rapid advancement and implementation of technologies such as digital transformation, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. We need to continue to innovate and research for the betterment of humanity in an ethical, respectful, inclusive, and responsible way. In summary, through cross-sectoral partnership and translational research, we can combine all our expertise and resources from all the department owners and researchers to create innovation and solutions for addressing some of the most challenging problems today. Together, we made it this. Thank you. So now I have this to the Chief Innovation Officer and Executive Director for Innovation, Technology, and Research. Mr. Mohamed Abdel-Kader. He oversees various agency units for promoting the application of innovation, technology, and research for greater aid to happiness within USAID and with regulatory partners. Prior to USAID, he advised companies, leading NGOs, and multilateral organizations, foundation, university, government agency, and trusting partners. He served in Obama administration as the Assistant Secretary for International and Foreign Relations in the Department of Education, And later, he also learned that Aspen Institute is here in India. He is actually national security fellow at Senegal Council and also an author of two series. He also is a degree from the university, a master's degree in institutional from the University, and also an MBA from the university. He is also the company of the Long Foundation that is and trustee of World Affairs. Without further ado, please join me to welcome our guest speaker.
Good morning, everybody. Is everyone juiced up? You guys got enough coffee? I've been known to make people stand up and do, microphone. Thanks, guys. So I'm a little taller, so I think I'm gonna make some adjustments to this thing. Is that good? Can you hear me okay? Okay. I hope you guys are stretched out and ready to go. I've been known to make people get up and do jumping jacks in the middle of keynotes, but just excited to be here and want to just start off by thanking Dr. Yi and the team at Purdue. Where are all the Purdue folks in the room? I just wanted to give you guys a special shout out. Just two things, first to say, managing these types of programs take a lot of work, sometimes beyond the scope of the agreement that we have, whether it's a cooperative agreement or grant, whatever. It takes a lot of work, and we're so appreciative of all that you've put in on behalf of the American people. This is a program that leverages some of the best of what America has to offer and connects with some pretty amazing colleagues and peers overseas. We are facing so many challenges. And as someone who comes from a higher education background, I'm a firm believer in the role of higher education and the transformative role that it plays in our communities here at home and communities abroad. So thank you for that. And thank you to all the partners who are in the room. You all are making a difference each and every day. I grew up on a land grant campus, so I always have a strong affinity for land grants and just am always in awe by the leverage there and what happens in every community that those institutions touch. So thank you. As was mentioned earlier, I'm Mohamed Abdel-Kader, the Chief Innovation Officer and Executive Director of the Innovation, Technology, and Research Hub within the Bureau of Development, Democracy, and Innovation. I know that's a mouthful at USAID. I started in this role in November. So I'm a newbie and I'm still getting up to speed, but what I've been loving about this particular role is learning about all of the amazing work that's being done around the world. And that's a pleasure. It's really an honor to be able to experience that and learn about it. USAID is the world's premier international development agency. We work to advance a free, peaceful, and prosperous world. And there's so many challenges that we are tackling each and every day. In support of US national security, we lead in developing economic prosperity and helping people progress beyond assistance. We want to make sure that communities can stand on their own 2 feet around the world. Through our work, we provide humanitarian assistance, promote global health, support global stability, reduce poverty, empower women and girls, and catalyze innovation and partnership. We heard a little bit about that earlier, the role of technology, the role of artificial intelligence. These are transformative things, transformative things that are impacting our everyday. The phones that we carry in our pocket here in Washington, D.C. are having the same kind of impact on the streets of Cairo, on the streets of Bangkok. And for all of us, we have a role to play in understanding how that's going to impact the cohesion and the fabric of our societies, and how we empower folks to be included in that vision for tomorrow. Formally, the U.S. Global Development Lab, the ITR Hub, which I now have the pleasure to be a part of, remains at the forefront of science and technology to incorporate breakthrough innovation into USAID's programs and policies, and we apply the latest tools like artificial intelligence, impact bonds to address key development priorities around the world. ITR leads USAID in integrating innovation, technology, and scientific research to transform the development practice. Through original experimentation and open innovation, we take smart risks to test new ideas, to partner, and to scale that impact. So what good is testing all of these new and innovative ideas if ultimately we can't get them out into the hands of users, both within the agency, to partners like you all, and beyond? The ITR Hub works collaboratively with the agency and our external partners to produce those breakthrough innovations that I mentioned by sourcing, testing, and scaling those proven solutions to reach hundreds of millions of people worldwide. The scale of that is truly staggering. And it gives us an opportunity, quite frankly, to nerd out, which I appreciate as the son of two physics professors. It also gives us the opportunity to accelerate that transformation of the development enterprise by opening development to people everywhere. You know, we talk about this new age of being mindful of diversity, of equity, of inclusion. What does that truly mean if it's not opening the doors and making sure that our work is accessible? And to use an academic example, not just tied up in an ivory tower, that this work is open to everyone in communities around the world. And I'll also share that USAID has been pushing a very strong localization initiative. We recognize that sometimes decisions made in Washington are not always the best, that we need to include local partners around the world to advance the outcomes that we all want to see and collectively want to see. And when we talk about the importance of diversity, of inclusion, that means having local partners as part of the decision-making process, that their voice is incorporated into the work that we do, because who knows better about the challenges in each community than those who reside there. USAID is committed to generating and using research evidence in addressing complex development challenges. We're in such a complex world right now, it's almost cliche to say. We recognize that scientific research is vital to addressing the world's most pressing development challenges. It increases our understanding of complex issues and dynamics and leads to innovative solutions. So there has to be a room at the table for our higher education institutions to drive the most advanced, cutting-edge research. That's critical in this day where we have seen in recent years that science and evidence and data has been attacked. Not just here in the United States, but abroad for political means. And that's incredibly dangerous. I will share that my colleagues in the room have also been leading the agency's work on scientific integrity. I'll share that that's an important priority for the Biden administration and for the whole team at USAID. So you all play a role in that, and we appreciate it, and we'd love to continue to hear from you on the role of scientific integrity, but to continue to be proponents and advocates for it. Around the world, higher education institutions have been essential partners for USAID for years. This is nothing new. Perhaps the best known example of this is our extensive network of Feed the Future innovation labs. Interesting aside, Purdue University also manages 2 Feed the Future labs. The Food Processing and Post-Harvest Handling Lab, I think I said that correctly, since 2014, and the Food Safety Lab since 2019. This very long and deep research collaboration with Purdue. So again, thank you for that. For over a decade, ITR's research division has partnered with researchers and institutions to build these centers of innovation and excellence as part of the Higher Education Solutions Network. That's one of our key programs that we're so proud of. And they've strengthened the capacity of local researchers as they explore questions most important to them and to their communities through the partnerships for enhanced engagements in research program, what we call the peer program. Some of you may be familiar with that. In learning about some of these, I asked my colleague Brent, I said, you know, I'd like to really learn about some of the impact of these programs. And I find it pretty incredible when I hear about colleagues who are working on apps to connect young people to mental health resources. You know, Brent has shared about some project in Laos where we're measuring the development of children and making sure that they're hitting the key critical milestones. These are real programs with real impact in our communities. My family's originally from Egypt, and I'm always keeping a pulse on what's happening in the Middle East. There's so much potential. Brent was sharing with me a bit about a program in northern Iraq where partners like yourself are connecting with local community members to preserve agricultural and cultural artifacts that play a role in ceremonies. We're in an age where so many people talk about the erasure of culture through globalization. And I personally appreciated an attention to that level of detail, attention to preserving local cultures, in particular those of minority communities that face significant challenges in certain parts of the world. These programs were designed to leverage instruments into US research institutions through deliberate and meaningful international partnerships. And both these programs have proven highly successful in achieving these goals. The HESN labs work with nearly 1,200 partners across 83 countries to create nearly 450 innovations, including technology, prototypes, processes, and approaches that have reached over 19 million beneficiaries. 19 million beneficiaries, that's a lot of people. And those folks are in 35 countries. And I'll just mention a few of those to continue with that thread. That the Development Impact Lab at the University of California in Berkeley, for one, created a village-based station. This is a network in a box that enables remote communities with basic technical skills, right? Again, we think about that access. How many people don't have access to the technology needed to stay connected, to learn, to access healthcare? That's a significant issue across the developing world. And following a very successful pilot phase of the village base station and what it was capable of, the project attracted additional funding from USAID's Development Innovation Ventures, or a program that we call DIV, which is like almost like a venture capital fund, if you can imagine that. And it's managed by some pretty special colleagues in our division. This funding allowed the base station, the village base station, to scale as a startup called Indana. Right? So essentially, we want to scale these up and have them spin out into the private sector. This has been deployed in Indonesia, in Mexico, Pakistan, and the Philippines. In 2015, Indana was acquired by Facebook. So that's a huge success. And it's now being developed as open cellular with aspirations of connecting populations in the world's most remote areas. And I just want to note on this idea of leverage, one quick thing. The need out there in the world for so many development challenges, as we all know and have mentioned. It's so important, it's such a huge priority for us at USAID to leverage external funding, external resources, external partners to continue to further our work. We can't go at this alone, and we know that. So we need you, and we hope that these partnerships will continue. The peer program has also been highly successful, funding over 400 local researchers across 58 countries. This has included support for over 1,400 students on peer teams, resulting in over 1,000 journal articles. Across these projects, local researchers have partnered with over 300 US researchers in 40 states, and more than 70% of peer PIs obtain further funding. So again, we think about that leverage and going the extra mile. That's important for us. An important aspect of the peer program is the long-term partnerships that were established across US government agencies, so not just USAID. These partnerships have really helped us to identify expert US partners for local researchers and help keep the door open to collaboration with NASA, the National Science Foundation, and other large funders of US scientific research. Many of the HESN labs continue to operate and innovate in the development space and have been instrumental in bringing new solutions to the international development toolbox. And through local peer researcher engagement with in-country stakeholders, the program has made significant contributions to local partners and policies. LASER program was designed to build off of the principles and interdisciplinary partnership proof of concept established by HESN and PEER to create a path for even more researchers to get involved with USAID through Global Research Network. Through the Global Research Network, excuse me. And to make their collective knowledge and expertise available to USAID so that we could harness that in improving what we do. It was mentioned earlier that I spent a couple of years at the US Department of Education. And one of the biggest challenges we had for the programs that I managed at this time, the Title VI and Fulbright-Hays programs, was access to those programs. And I think the federal government, we recognize that not every institution has had the opportunity to compete. So we are doing our best to ensure additional access to these programs so that your institutions can get involved, your researchers can get involved, your students can get involved as well. Expanding our engagement in the global academic community is a priority for USAID. Programming like LASER has enabled us to diversify and increase our partnerships in the countries where USAID works. USAID is also focused on increasing our partnerships with US higher education institutions, especially with partners like minority serving institutions and historically Black colleges. We've recently signed 6 MOUs in a commitment to bringing these voices of MSIs into our work. These partnerships intend to demonstrate the commitment to inclusivity, affirming equity, civil rights, racial justice, and equal opportunity for all, as I mentioned. We want to increase the knowledge base that we can draw from, and we recognize the huge value that minority serving institutions bring to the table. We want these partnerships to help us identify additional opportunities. Oh, sorry, this thing is, I'm hearing some feedback. I just mute this.
Julie?
You're good. We're really excited about many things that LASER has accomplished. And you'll hear again a little bit more about them today, some really incredible highlights. At USAID, we believe that research evidence is should inform programming, policy, and our practice. That's fundamental to achieving efficiency and effectiveness, no matter the international development challenge or geography. At ITR, we are excited to have the opportunity to bring research and innovation to solutions for a world that's evolving in the face of emerging technologies, digital services, and a world that is threatened by the accelerated impacts of climate change, zoonotic diseases, human migration, and many more challenges. We just came out of a very difficult few years with a pandemic that has disrupted all of our lives in every corner of the world. And these types of communities, this community that you all have created is essential to harnessing all of the data, evidence, the cutting edge thinking to tackle the problems that we face today and inevitably the problems that we face tomorrow. If the next generation coming through, likely the generation of young people that are on your campuses, if they stand any chance at surviving what is to come, it is because of your cutting edge work and your cutting edge thinking. So don't take this work for granted. Don't take your roles for granted. You all are leaders in this space, and we view you as partners who are on the pulse of what's happening in communities around the world. Now, we have basically in front of us really a pathway that we can chart, one of prosperity, one that is inclusive, and one that mitigates some of these dangers ahead of us. So I'm so very thankful that you are all here to do this work in community with us at USAID. And I just really stand in awe and appreciation of all the work that you're doing. So thank you so much.
So thank you very much, Mohamed. Are there any questions? I think we have you can take a few questions? Yeah, a few questions either from the audience, and I can also try and monitor any that are coming in from online as well. And do we have a mic that? I think Julie in the back, if anybody would like to have a question, has the microphone available.
Good morning. Nice to great University, so one of the HBCUs. Thank you for the remarks. I want to ask about the how do you foresee the HBCU's role with laser pulse in the future? These two particular years, incredible structure, social platform. That's research at fascinating parts. When you think about leveraging research, so much capacity, so much all of them, not just laser pulse, there's a number of places involved.
Thank you so much for your very inspiring. I think as a researcher, I always curious about what is usually in terms of being able to work. Nutrition, to education, to health, they are all interconnected. So, the structure is very set up in a very specific setting. And as a researcher, we always want to look into it, as you know. And curious, is there space for us to tackle that kind of research?
Let's start with issues, right? Issues that we don't rarely are the issues science and engineering. It is rarely just from I would encourage you, I am encouraged to see multidisciplinary. You have some. Say all of these things. When we talk about diversity, it's a lot of things. Having different voices at the table from different cultural backgrounds, different personal backgrounds, but also different academic and professional backgrounds to tackle those problems in different ways. An anthropologist is going to look at climate change in a very different way than a systems engineer will, right? And all of that feedback will hopefully help bring us to better solutions. So. This is like the deepest faculty meeting I've ever been in. I know you guys have some questions. Come on. Better coffee? Okay. I've been in some faculty meetings before, and this is the quietest I've ever been.
So how they sound. I feel very.
I'm sorry, I had a tough time hearing the question.
Would you mind repeating the
Could you repeat
question?
that, please? Could you repeat the question? That's a great question. I'm going to actually defer on some of the very technical details to some of my colleagues in the back, and I would certainly encourage you to reach out. The research team just raised their hands. Would really encourage you to connect with them on a few things. And I say that only because I'm a few months into this role, but I will say I've been really excited to see the team leading in an open call for feedback for the next generation of HESN programs. So you may be familiar that we had an open call for feedback. The team is certainly factoring that in. And leveling the playing field is an important part of that, making sure that institutions from all different types, all different resources bases have access to these types of programs and can contribute. This isn't just a matter of taking, this is also contributing. Your institutions have a wealth of knowledge, and we want to make sure to tap into that. So only to say I've been really encouraged by that feedback that our team has set us. We hope that folks will continue to give feedback, and I think that really informs our decision. It informs how we, I'll use sort of an example from my prior role where from a government funding perspective, you can put various priorities for essentially level the playing field to ensure that historically Black colleges or minority serving institutions are able to be more competitive, whether it's through partnership or through direct funding applications, excuse me. So I hope that answers the question, but would certainly encourage you to connect with my colleagues in the back for some of the more technical details. But I'm looking forward to seeing what HESN 3.0 looks like. That's in progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
And you know, we working with folks on project in Colombia and HPSS and communities.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's really great to talk about this innovation as well as implementation. I just interested to understand how USAID mission countries around implementation of these points and how that interaction works long term thinking for sustainability and progress in space.
That's a great question. How much time you got? But I would say a couple things. I mean, I think we view our work within IETR as this is the place where we test a lot of various approaches to solve development problems. To summarize, we have the particular data sets. Our team does connect with a lot of missions to share a lot of what we have found, the data and the evidence. We get that out into the hands of our colleagues, and they will harness and utilize that data and that approach for the challenge that they have locally. We have different mechanisms set up. So in some ways, if we have set up a particular program, folks in the mission, they've got the resources, are able to buy in and sort of execute on that program in the particular mission. But that's a big part of this. We are aiming to continue to build that connective tissue. That's been, I think, something that I personally like to work on in my time at USAID, is try to strengthen that connective tissue between the missions and what's happening in DC. We know that the work doesn't all happen in DC. We've been really thinking a little bit more about how do we build out our knowledge base? How do we capture the findings in one part of the world that's going to be relevant to another? Quite frankly, that's a tough thing to capture. For my colleagues here at a university, I'm sure you all can identify with the challenges of knowing what's happening on the other side of campus, let alone on the other side of the world. So that's something that I think through a combination of technological platforms that are able to capture this data and disseminate it, to a communications apparatus that's able to cut through, quite frankly, a lot of communication within the agency, a lot of what's happening in the missions. We're really trying to cut through some of the noise to get the information about what works out into the hands of colleagues. Certainly things like convenings play a role, conferences play a role, publishing, that plays a role. So it's not any one approach. It's really all of the above, and then trying to build a continuous feedback loop to get a sense of what's working, what's resonating. Are we also listening to what is happening in the missions, and how are we responding, recognizing that all of us, within this organization have incredible demands on our time, incredible demands on our funding and our resources, which seem to never, ever be enough. So it's, that's the challenge of the work, but that's what we're committed to doing. Is that continuous feedback loop, continuing to push information out, continuing to receive it, get a sense of what works, connecting the dots. So it's not a perfect answer, I acknowledge that, but that's sort of the beauty of how the sausage is made.
Last questions?
You mentioned this in the administration. And part of my problem is a lot of money for high school. I tell them what I do. I get responses on the things going on in the country. There's so much things out there about the map and development. How do you use the data on that and that so that people know the voice versus what they hear at different news stations or on the internet? I mean, it gets frustrating sometimes because when you explain them, this is needed here for that.
Yeah.
And they can sign
Yeah. May I ask you what institution you're from?
I'm actually
But I've done new contract, I work with USAID, on a number of different projects.
I appreciate that. I would say, like, I think in terms of defying stereotypes and the disinformation that, quite frankly, is plentiful in our society. I'm going to go back to my roots as an educator and say, I think what's important, if possible, certainly there are barriers there. Get your kids on a plane, put them on a plane, have them go study abroad, have them go experience what it's like to be in those communities. I will share that the nature of student travel has changed. It used to be that students going abroad would typically go to, Paris and Florence and London. But the world has changed, and institutions like yours have set up really immersive programs where students are getting their hands dirty, where the students are contributing to what happens in all corners of the world and are there to also learn. I would share that I think some of those experiences are where you can defy those stereotypes, because a student will come back and say, oh, what I saw on my phone or what I heard from a friend isn't actually true. When I was in Egypt and I studied in Egypt, and this is what I experienced. I experienced the hospitality, and I did see the challenges, but I also saw the excitement about the work. And I think that's a big part of how we begin to shift mindsets. Now, granted, disinformation spreads like wildfire. We know that, and that's a problem. And sometimes the scale of that is so much greater than an individual student going abroad. But that's also why it's important to get the positive messages out there, and that's in many ways some of the most effective ways to combat disinformation is to combat it with the actual information. It's a tough problem, but I would say again, lean on the basics. Can we get more young people abroad? Can we get them in country? Can we get them to experience what's happening and to learn and to see and to do it firsthand? Yeah, thank you.
So thank you very much, Mohamed, and thank you all for this presentation. Go to So now we'd like to introduce Pallavi Gupta. Pallavi's active on Laser Pulse and serves as the program director. And with that, I'll turn it over to you,
Yeah.
Pallavi. Are you going to come up here? You're going to.
I hope the screen will continue to work, so I'm going to thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, John, and I think most of the folks know me, so I am the program director of Laser Pulse. And I think Mohamed and you have presentations already. So they have made my work a little easier. So I'll try to breeze through the presentation because most of you may already be aware of Laser Pulse. Okay, so next slide, please. So I'll take the next 20 minutes and I hope the technology will continue to cooperate, but I'll take next 20 to 25 minutes to give you an overview of what Laser Pulse program is. And I'll go through what Laser Pulse is, what is our theory of change, how do we operationalize our theory of change, what is our impact footprint, and how can you continue to engage with us, and what are the benefits of engagement. Next slide, please. Okay, so as Mohamed and you had both mentioned, the whole reason Laser Pulse was created was to actually harness the research capacity and capabilities of higher education institutions in conducting research, but conducting in global development challenges and creating evidence for decision making. We started in 2018. We are a $17 million cooperative agreement, and we are funded by Innovation Technology Research Hub of USAID. We are a consortium partnership, and we have our consortium members here. Sorry, I got to pause a little. How are you doing on the presentation, Julie? Okay. It's funny how you and Mohamed are talking about AI and technology saving the world and can't even get our TV AV get to work. So thank you for your patience. I'll take 1 second to pull up the presentation on my Mac. Okay. All right. Yes. So we are sorry, as I said, we are a 10-year program, $70 million cooperative agreement, and we end in 2028. We have a consortium partnership leaders and our members here. Our consortium partnership includes Catholic Relief Services, Indiana University, Makerere University from Uganda, University of Notre Dame, and Purdue University as the prime. Next slide, please. All right, so I'll take a second here to talk a little bit about our theory of change. So when we started in 2018, we started, as I said, with the goal of harnessing the capacity and research rigor of higher education institutions to do global development challenges research. But we recognized early on that the way this research is conducted has to look different. It cannot be the same way of research that higher education institutions do in silos and in laboratory. This research needs to go to the field. This research needs to get perspective of different stakeholders to bring in relevance and contextuality in the research design. So that belief, that understanding led to the creation of theory of change, which is that if we bring in the perspectives of different stakeholders, of private sector, of practitioners, of researchers, of policymakers into the mix right from the beginning, and we create an environment where these stakeholders feel enabled to share their expertise, share their experiences into the design, we can actually embed intentionality, contextuality, and relevance into the research right from the beginning. So that became our theory of change. And but we also believe that if we bring in the right mix of people right from the beginning, contribute, we will be able to create research products that are better positioned to have impact. And so we started with that. And in the next slide, please, I will talk about how we are operationalizing this. But before we get there, I want to take a couple of minutes to show you a video. Please bear with me. I think this video will help drive the point home. This video is about one of our projects that is exploring the use of blockchain technology to improve food security through African indigenous vegetables in Kenya. Fingers crossed, we can make that work, hopefully. I think the video is working. Now going to work? All right, no worries. Okay. Oh wait, it's working. It's okay. Let's soldier on. Let's skip the video. It's fine. I'll encourage you all to visit our website. All these videos of different projects, including the video of the project the highest is presenting in Claire is here for it's on our website. So let's soldier on. Next slide, please. Okay. So we want to talk about on this slide, I want to bring your attention to exactly how we are operationalizing the theory of change. So there are four main ways we are doing this. One is by creating an extensive network of researchers and practitioners. Please bear with me. I'm going to talk about all of these 4 points a little bit in detail in the next slides. The second one is by, so we talked about our belief that we want to bring in stakeholders from different sectors together to execute this work. But how do we actually do that? What are the best practices of doing this? To answer that question, we created a model called embedded research translation, and I'll talk about that as well in a bit. Then, we require funding. Projects require funding to do this work, and we facilitate funding support via USAID. Finally, the capacity. So on the first part, what is our network? So in the past 4.5 years, Laser Pulse has invested effort, time, and resources in creating this extensive network of more than 3,200 researchers. Next slide, please, Julie. So we have a network of more than 3,200 researchers and practitioners across 86 countries. And as you can see on the chart, these representatives basically bring in the expertise across all the USAID sectors. We have more than 2,300 LMIC HEIs, which is more than 72.4% of our HEIs are from lower and middle income countries. We have 450 US and non-LMIC HEIs, and 70 of our HEI members are US MSIs. Now, the second part, the way we operationalize our theory of change is embedded research translation. I want to give you a quick plug of the posters we have set up on ERT, and my team's here hovering around the posters. So please touch base with them during the breaks and networking to learn more about the model. But briefly, to explain this model, when we started doing this work, we thought that if we bring in the people who have the same vision of solving a particular problem, the same common agenda, that it will intuitively form a strong partnership. And let me tell you, it doesn't work that way. When you bring in stakeholders that have different skills, that have different expertise, that have different lived experience, that speak different language, they use different terminology, you will not be surprised. These are the people who will be speaking about a common topic to each other, but they will not understand that they are talking about the same thing because they are using different terminology. So creating a long-lasting, strong partnership is actually not that intuitive and not that easy. So we created this model, and it's a step-by-step approach of identifying these kind of very critical right stakeholders right from the beginning, bringing them together, creating a partnership that lasts the whole research phase, creating that environment of mutual respect, where everybody feels enabled to share their thoughts and expertise and experiences. So it's about the partnership, how to identify these people, how to bring them together. It's about the process, how to create that long-lasting communication. It's about the product. Many a times, especially with the higher education institutions, when you give a problem statement to the researchers, the first thought they have is, yes, this is resulting into a publication. But publications and book don't necessarily solve the global development challenges. So we have to understand what is that specific translated product that will actually result into the impact we want to receive. So for example, if you're talking about a policy, a research publication may not be the right tool. In addition to a publication, we may want to think about a 2-page policy brief. We may want to think about a 4-minute video to sway public opinion, to inform public opinion. So those are the discussions that are to be had right from the beginning, not as an afterthought. And that's what we are referring to as a product here. Dissemination is what are the different channels we can use to showcase these products, to put the product in front of the right people and the right audience so that the impact can be created. So that is our model. Again, we can talk more on the sidelines of the event. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so and just a quick overview of our research funding via USAID. We are, as I had mentioned, we are a $70 million program. 50 million of it is towards the buy-in, and that's our ceiling. We have 18 million left in it. 20 million are dedicated to the core rewards and laser services. For the next 5 years, we will be working primarily on buy-in activities. In terms of the scope of our work, we are working across all thematic sectors of USAID except global health in all the USAID partner countries. Next slide, please. All right, quickly, and I'll be, I think, echoing a lot of what Yuan said earlier. So capacity strengthening is another one critical piece of our work. But I think reflecting on this, I think we do capacity strengthening in 3 areas, not just one. One is capacity strengthening of the higher education institution researchers and practitioners who are involved in this research team in how to do the research, how to do the collaborative research. What are the different kind of tools that can be utilized? What does research translation mean, right? Are there available policy brief templates, stakeholder mapping, etc.? So we have put in a lot of effort in the past 4.5 years in creating these kind of courses, creating these tools, creating these templates. They're all available on our website freely and can be accessed freely by our network members. So I encourage you all to please sign up on our network. So there's one part of our capacity strengthening is strengthening the capacity of the people involved, of all the stakeholders involved in this kind of research. I think the other part of the capacity strengthening, which is somewhat direct and some indirect, is the capacity strengthening of the institutions and their systems. Our business management team is here, and I'll give a shout out to them. You know, a lot of institutions in LMIC that we work are new institutions. And so we have spent a lot of hours in helping those institutions set up SAMS.gov, for example, setting up their systems so that they can receive federal funding to conduct our work. Now, once they do this work with us, their systems are set for other federal funding and other awards in the future. So we are helping strengthen the capacity of the institutions itself. The third piece, which I know we keep talking about in our teams, is how, and there's no way we have really figured out to measure this thing, but we believe, are changing the mindset of the individuals involved in this kind of work. Once the researcher has this experience of having worked across the aisle, partnering with the partners from practitioners, they understand the reason why they need to keep doing that. And they continue with this kind of collaboration, even beyond the laser work. So we are doing system strengthening, we are changing mindsets of people who are conducting this kind of research, and we are doing capacity strengthening of the individuals involved. Next slide, please. All right, so real quick, our Mel lead is here in the room, and I'll give a shout out to him, but we have a massive indicator framework. But I've picked out a few just to show you the kind of impact we have created in the past 4.5 years. So we are currently working with 47 funded projects in 19 countries. So far, we have trained more than 2,000 individual researchers and practitioners in how to conduct research translation and how to integrate gender perspective into the research design. We are working with 26 USAID missions bureaus and independent offices. And I already talked about the network. In the past 4.5 years, we have created more than 200 research translation products. We have shared it with our network and our participants. We have conducted convenings to share our research outputs. And we have convened more than 6,600 individuals to share our experience and knowledge. We have engaged 45 education institutions across our project. So right now, 52% of the PIs and co-PIs conducting laser work is female, and more than 26% is US minorities. This is just a very high level, next slide, please, sorry. This is just a very high level view of where we operate. This is our geographic footprint across the world of different projects. And now, next slide, please. And I wanted to, and this is just a screen grab. I just wanted to show you how easy it is. Shout out to our communications person in the back. How easy it is to find out more about the projects and the research that we are conducting across the world. You can just pick a region you want to learn more about. Let's say you want to do education in India. You can just select that practice area, select that region, and you will find out a research product. When you click on this web page, you can read through about all the information on that project, the potential outputs that will be coming out of the project, and the ERT model and how it has been implemented in the project. It's all there. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's my pitch. I think there's great benefit of working with us. So if you are a researcher or you are a practitioner, here are the 5 top reasons why you want to collaborate. First, if you register on our network, you can very easily search a collaborator from other part of the world. Again, I'll keep taking India example. I'm from India. So let's say you come up with, you come across an opportunity in education sector in India, but you don't know any researcher or practitioner in that region. You can, our network is open, our network is searchable. You can put in a keyword, India in education and researcher, you'll have a list in front of you. So that's one big reason of joining our network and working with us. Creating local partnership via searching our network, via coming to us and working with our partners is another way to achieve that locally led agenda that Mohamed was referring to. We, whenever we get a buy-in opportunity, the first thing we do is release the concept note call on our network. So if you're part of our network, you will be the first to know about any upcoming research funding opportunities. So please, big plug for joining our network. We also share our quarterly newsletter that have a lot of stories about projects. We spotlight different profiles. You will receive that in your inbox 4 times a year. So I'll highly encourage you to please register on our network. And finally, we have an extensive library, not only of the tools and trainings and courses, but also all the research products that have come out from across 47 projects are very easily searchable on our website. Next slide, please. If you are USAID, MBIs or any other donor, the reason why you would want to engage with us are also, I'll just go through top 5. Firstly, our network is big, it's strong, it's extensive. It presents all the sectoral expertise that you may need. So please consider our network for competitive proposals. Translation of research findings into program relevant recommendation is a big part of our work, and we do that through the ERT model. Our network and working with us will help you ensure locally led partnership and contextual research agenda. In multiple projects, we actually work so closely with the USAID missions that we end up co-authoring papers with them. So that's always a potential opportunity. And of course, finally, availing end-to-end research management and facilitation and inclusion of collaborative approach. Next slide, please. Okay, this is my favorite slide. My team, could you please stand up? None of the work that Yuvan talked about, that I talked about, is ever going to be possible without the effort and the hard work of this team. Julius, Dr. Roy, Harriet, what's going on? There you go. Please connect with us on the sidelines of the event, ask us questions. We will be happy to tell you more about our work. Thank you so much. Y'all are fantastic. And my leadership team, could you please wave or stand up if you don't mind? I see Tashome, Yuvan. Please stand up. I'll make you do some exercise. Please, Michael, Dr. Roy. Tashome, where's Tashome? There you are. Who else did I miss? Okay, folks, these are the people who keep telling me if I'm doing something wrong, and I'm so appreciative of that because it's insanely complex work. And thank you for all your help and leadership and guidance. Thank you. And finally, next slide, please. I'm sorry, I think I missed a slide. Yes, so this is our leadership team. Thank you again. And next slide, please. And thank you for your patience. Thank you for being such a good audience. Thank you for putting up with our technology that will one day eventually save the world, but it's not going to be today. So thank you again, and look forward to connecting.
Thank you, Pallavi. And we're going to do a little bit of an adjustment. We're going to take, instead of the 10:30 break, we're a little bit behind our schedule. So what we thought we would do is take a 15-minute break now. It's about 10:15, and we'll come back at 10:30, and we will combine both of the two sessions into one. So we'll try and make up a little bit of the time. And in the interim, also for those online, try and address some of the issues. We are well aware that many of you are having a challenge hearing what's being said, and some of it may be just due to the echoes in this room, but we'll try and also take the next 15 minutes to do a technological upgrade or enhance the presentation. So with that, for those in the room, please enjoy some coffee, and please do come back at 10:30. We do want to try and make sure we're on time and make a difference. Thank you very much.
Hi. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Hi. I know. So the thing is, this room is not set up for hybrid, and so we kind of like are trying our best in that we have to keep a computer. And so we're not doing the AV, but we're just doing the basic. The AV people don't have the brand. So we had to kind of like, do our best and come up with so it should be a little bit better now because we're trying to kind of minimize that. But I just have done. I think it should be a little bit better now, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really sorry. We're just trying our best. No, I appreciate it. And that's not what we're trying to do, but because we're not like maybe and so they didn't have the term. Yes, that's what we're going to be doing.
Hi, Meg. Good. Nice to see you. We are having some tech issues. Yeah, and the hybrid thing, please keep your video on. Okay. And also, we'll start in a few minutes. So I have to come here and, wow. But you can hear me, right? Okay. All right, there is Kizito. Hi, Kizito. Let's see. Can you see me, maybe? No? Okay, it's a black box. Yeah, they are just testing now because the Zoom has been really bad, and hopefully Patrick will be able to join.
Betty, I'm here. Hi, Betty. Hey, listen.
Just a minute. Hello?
Hello.
The mic is off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't been any place.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me? Testing, testing. Looks like you can hear me. Okay, great.
And why is that one?
I don't know. But can you use this one?
And
I don't know.
in the mic? Do I speak in the mic or in the?
I think you can just stay right here. Can you hear me all? Testing, testing. If I just sit back like this, is it clear for you all online? Yeah, thumbs up? Thumbs up. So just don't need to just sit here.
Okay,
Why don't you sit and talk? See how loud it is.
all right. Okay, can you hear me?
Thumbs up?
Okay.
Okay.
Hi, Patrick.
Hi,
Can you
Betty.
hear? Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Sure.
So it looks like I'll stay here. I don't need to this.
I don't think you need to. If
Okay.
you find that people say, can you hear me? Maybe at the very beginning, can you hear me online?
Mhm.
If you don't,
If you can hear me, say something on Zoom, unmute your mic.
She came. Thank
Sorry,
you.
message.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so we don't need this.
yeah, you know, I think you're loud enough just by the computer. If for some
And
reason,
the audience here?
yeah, maybe that's, yeah, you might actually have to do it for the audience. You're right.
So
Zoom, they can hear you.
sit here.
So just leave it there, leave that there,
Okay.
and then,
Guys, this is how I'm
I
gonna,
don't know, I
yeah.
think they're testing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I don't know why that does that. Has it been doing that the whole time?
This one over here.
Yeah, this one is always
Like
flipped.
that.
You can just remove that then.
That's very distracting. You're trying to test the people online.
Guys, do you wanna say something? They are trying to test.
I
Hi,
know, I
everyone.
called them. They said that-
Hello. Could you hear us?
I tell them Kizito is saying something.
Can you hear us? Hi.
Ah,
Hello.
Can you hear us okay?
it's okay, but there's an echo.
Betty, John said we're gonna put on two panels.
Betty,
No,
this is
no,
Pamela
no,
back
no,
on campus.
He's not combined.
I'm hearing all of you right now, but there is an echo.
Back to back.
Yes, I can also hear you.
No.
Are they gonna be able to answer questions?
We're going to read the question. John.
Okay, so they will be able.
Online. Yeah, they will, but it's a little complicated. I mean, we have to do it in, the issues with echo.
So this mic here, when they talk, or everyone will be able to hear them.
Hopefully everyone will be able to hear. So what we're trying to do is make sure that there's a pause in between the virtual speaking and in the.
Thank you guys for your patience. Oh, yeah, it works.
All right.
This mic.
The echo. Clarence. Online, you know how to get online, we're all good?
Can somebody? Kizito, can you say something?
Hi Betty,
Do it at
can
the
you hear
same
me?
time, remember?
Oh,
That's the problem. But when they. Ready? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Hi Betty, can you hear me?
So those online speakers. You're gonna queue you up, so you can't do it back and forth, so you have to hold on because you're using two different systems. This room, does that make sense? Online speakers, okay? So you'll have to hold on until we queue you up to speak, okay? Can you hear me?
Patrick is speaking. And I can't hear what he's saying.
Betty, can you hear me?
Yeah, they are using two systems.
Yes, we can hear
so
you.
We have to pause. But can they hear what I'm saying? Yes. Your mic is on right now. Oh, this, the computer one or this one?
Hello. Yeah. Hello. People online, can you hear us? Hello, people online, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, wonderful, excellent. We're going to start shortly, but I just wanted to let the speakers online know that we will not hear you until we prompt you, okay? That's number one. Number two, if there's a point where you would like to say something and there you need to speak, raise your hand, okay? And then we'll turn on the mic for you all. Is that clear, the speakers? So if there's something you really want to say, raise your hand and we'll shift the mics. Okay?
So we'll need some, right? Yeah, to know monitoring. What's that? We'll need somebody to there. Oh, yeah. He's gonna do it. So it's.
So thank you for your being adaptable and changing around with the coffee breaks. So we're now going to move, as I mentioned, to our next panels. Hello.
Hello, everyone. We'd like to get started. If you could take a seat, please. John, I'm used to working with undergraduates.
This, like, obviously you're trained.
You just like. The other trick is once you sort of have their attention, you just speak softly and you say, so I've been working on the exam and I'm thinking about putting a question about, and then they're all like, what the heck?"
So thanks a lot. So it gives me pleasure to introduce Betty.
You're not live, your mic's a little bit quiet, I think. There, that's better.
Now I can be heard. Thank you very much. So thank you for being adaptable and flexible. We're going to now try and not combine, but make it sequential, the next two panels. So we will do both the food security and also then we'll do food security and then education panels in one combination. So we'll start with the food security and nutrition. It gives me pleasure to introduce Eddie Kuzu, who's been running the technical director for Laser Pulse. And she's from Purdue University, and we will have online speakers as well. So hopefully this will go very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. Anyone there? Good morning. Wonderful. I know the room is cold, but I think the more we interact, the more we can warm up.
You know, hot air rises. So up here, it's just a little bit warmer than.
Thanks, Jerry. Okay, so it's my pleasure to moderate the next session. As Jerry mentioned, I'm the technical director for Laser Pulse. I oversee the research portfolio for the program. Palavi mentioned we have 47 projects in 19 countries. And so we are very pleased that this morning we have a few of the projects that will be represented here. And so it will be my pleasure to introduce the panelists. We have 4 panelists in total. First, I'll start by saying that the goal of this session is to share experiences, outputs, and potential utilization of the research and translated products that we have achieved from the Laser Pulse food security and nutrition projects. We have a total of 11 food security and nutrition projects. Some were mentioned this morning. You had the Restoration for Culture in Iraq. You had the Laos project that Jerry represents. And we also saw the video from one of the projects in Eastern Africa. So there's a little bit of everything that has already gone around with regard to food security and nutrition. I would like to introduce the 4 panelists. As I said, 3 of them are virtual, and Jerry is gonna be the 4th. So I will start by the introduction of the virtual panelists, and because of the issues with technology, we'll have the virtual panelists speak first, and then we'll pause for a minute and then have Jerry speak. And for now, I just want them to introduce themselves. I'll just ask them to give their name, affiliation, and the project that they work for. And just the rest of the biographies you can read online. So let's go ahead and get started. And we'll start with Margaret, and then Kizito, and Patrick in that order. Because I can't interject, I'll just ask them to follow that order, and then we'll finalize with Jerry. Okay, Dr. Margaret, please go ahead.
Thank you, Betty. Can everyone hear me okay? A little bit of an echo. Okay, I will make sure to speak slowly. It's an honor to be with all of you today. I think this is a really important workshop to bring researchers and development practitioners together. My name's Margaret Henning, and I'm the Senior Learning Advisor for the USAID Ethiopia mission. And I've been in Ethiopia for the past 3 years and been the contact for the laser work here with our 4 different studies that we have with the mission. Back to you, Betty.
Kizito.
Thank you, Betty, and then thank you for inviting me on this panel. My name is Kizito Nishime. I'm a lecturer in the Department of Food Science at the University of Rwanda. Currently, I'm the principal investigator of the Laser Pulse funded project, entitled Technology Tools for Building Resilience of Dairy Farms and Improving Dairy Production in Rwanda. Thanks.
Patrick.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Tiem. I am the Institute Director of Kenya Agricultural Life Sciences Organization, abbreviated CALGO, and in charge of the Agricultural Mechanization Institute is based in one of the counties of Machakos. And beyond that, I'm also assigned this project on this post-harvest inputs and rural. I'm pleased to join in this meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, Jerry.
We okay? A little bit of echo. Okay, I'm Jerry Shively. I'm from Purdue University, where I am a professor of agricultural economics. I'm also the director of our Office of International Programs in the College of Agriculture and serve as Associate Dean. And the project that I am a PI on is the Applied Nutrition Research Capacity Building Project in Lao PDR.
Great. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and get into the discussions. Yeah, let's get ahead into the meat of this panel. And I will pose the first question, and this question will go to all the panelists. And as I mentioned, we'll start with the virtual panelists responding to this question, and then we'll finalize here with Jerry Shively. And the first question is, can you speak to your experience of working with laser pulse mechanism, and specifically the embedded research translation model? And also, what have you found to be different or beneficial to this from this mechanism? So let's go ahead and start with Meg, and then Kizito, and then Patrick, in that order.
Thank you, Betty. So what I wanted to share today is that we initially we released in 2020 two focus areas. We focused on youth and resilience, and these projects were funded in 2021. We had 4 different projects. And I think it's important to share that Ethiopia is a very complex and large space to work in right now. And these research projects were connected to areas that are key areas within the mission. So youth development, civic engagement, and resilience measurement. And they're critical for our mission, again, because of size and topic. And when we were asked to reflect on this work, a piece that I really thought about in thinking about talking to all of you today was the socialization of this research. And I think some of our opening speakers have mentioned this already, that we had to determine points of synergy between the research and the mission's needs. Specifically, we also brought the mission into the review and application process. There's a lot of point person at the mission to plan, coordinate, lead, be able to be deliberate and avoid doing research for research's sake, right? We needed to make sure the research we were doing was going to be meaningful, aligned with our strategic objectives. And again, we know that an evidence-based approach is fundamental. It's keeping the proven methods and facts at the forefront of our minds. It's embedding research results across all phases of the projects. And when we think about how complicated things are here in our current context, having research around topics such as resilience measurement are really critical to the work that we're doing. And being able to think about bolstering the initiatives, the success of initiatives, and understand sort of the role in security, conflict prevention, and food security were areas that we focused on. I also want to touch on the point and highlight that the embedded research meant that we had to crosswalk quite a bit between researcher and practitioner. And this was talked about earlier on today as well, this idea that we don't all speak sort of the same work language and technical expertise. And so coming together is really important, and being able to talk through and co-create together was critical in this process. So these were sort of some of the key points I wanted to make sure to bring forward in the importance of this embedded research translation model, but also explaining even what research translation meant was really important for the work. So back to you, Betty.
Kizito?
Yeah, thank you, Betty. So the uniqueness of this ERT model is that you need to design your research or interventions tied to the existing development challenge, and then engage with all stakeholders to ensure the sustainability of developed product. For our project, we PIs from the University of Rwanda and other collaborators from the US, we use a collaborative co-design process with our transition partner, for instance, RAB, to identify a development challenge, and then in this case, increase dairy production using technology tools. For instance, you can read the project on the website. Rapid test to diagnose the pregnancy in cows, a smartphone application, but also by leveraging the previous collaborations. And then here I want to mention the previous research project funded by the Livestock Innovation Lab. So just to conclude on this, just to what I want to say is like now, this model offers an opportunity like now to assess really the product and then ensure the sustainability once the project is completed. Over to you, Betty.
Thank you very much, Kizito. Let's hear from Patrick.
Thank you very much, Betty and the team. Just I want to talk myself. I say I come from a practitioner kind of institution where we try to translate some of the research outputs to the practice. And we're privileged to work with the Youth Reseller Project, where we're trying to get the youth connected to the urban changes in the last mile. So working in this, the lesser pulse mechanism, we're able to be able to connect, learn a lot about how to connect the practitioners and the users or the targets, making use that we can be able to navigate on the critical solution of research to the ground. So we're able to learn a lot from the model, and furthermore, the understanding the issues of theory of change. We were able to, through these mechanisms, we were able to understand the critical pillars and how we can approach the theory of change so that we can get a sustained output. And finally, the model actually has given us an opportunity and through this project to learn and be able to share information, understanding what could be the challenges for the user and what would be critical for the researcher. And that kind of dialogue and connection has really helped us to really see some of the solutions and impact at the last mile. So we're very grateful about this model, very great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let's hear from Jerry in response to that.
You want to repeat the question for everyone?
Yes, and the question was, can you speak to your experience working with the laser pulse mechanism, particularly from the ERT standpoint? ERT is embedded research translation. And what was it that you found beneficial or different for this mechanism?
Thanks, Betty. So as a little bit of context, let me say that I've been involved in USAID projects going back to 1996. So quite a bit of experience going back even to the collaborative research support programs that USAID ran that were the sort of the precursors to our current innovation labs. And so a lot of my USAID experience was with the Bureau of Food Security, now the Bureau of Resilience and Food Security, as a researcher. But the project that we're currently leading in Lao PDR is not directly a research project, but it's a capacity building project. And it's funded by the USAID mission. So the fact that it's a mission buy-in creates some interesting complexities because the mission, of course, has a very clear stake in the project and a very clear interest in not just the design of the project, but its ongoing implementation. But of course, as part of the laser project, our reporting is typically through the laser mechanism. So the project itself was a response to the USAID mission because the government of Laos has a long-term objective of establishing an institute for nutrition. And the USAID mission is quite supportive of that as a long-term goal. And this buy-in is specifically directed at helping to improve capacity to achieve that objective. And we're working with 3 separate institutions in the country, but our work is coordinated through a memorandum of understanding with the Lao government. And so we have not only the USAID mission as a partner in the project, but we also have the government of Laos And we're working with 2 higher education institutions as well as a center of nutrition in the Ministry of Health. The ways in which laser has been instrumental in helping with this project, and I should say that in addition to Purdue University, our partners include Indiana University and our in-country implementing partners, CRS. The ways in which laser has been helpful to the project, I think, are sort of fall into 3 categories. First, a lot of assistance at the beginning of the project, getting the project set up, making sure that the lines of communication through USAID were efficient and effective, and that there were proper handshakes at every step. And again, as the PI, while I was very much focused on designing the project, bringing partners to the table, it was very, very helpful to have laser there in the sort of background, if you will, making sure that all of the institutional agreements were in place and correct. And that's sort of the first thing that I would point out. The second is that laser really helped streamline the monitoring and evaluation process. So they have a very effective team that helps us on a quarterly basis do the kind of monitoring and evaluation that we need to do. Of course, a lot of that is generated at the country level by our partners at CRS. But having a mechanism to feed that up through laser and to USAID has been extremely helpful to us, and it's allowed us to focus on the work rather than the reporting per se. And then the third is just facilitating what I would call sort of communication, both outside but also internally. So laser participates in regular calls that we have. Throughout the pandemic, we've had weekly calls with the project. On a bi-weekly basis, laser participates in those calls. And on a monthly basis, USAID joins us, both the mission and Brent. And so the third area where laser has been really instrumental in helping us implement the project is ongoing communication and making sure that we're speaking clearly to stakeholders and to all audiences that are appropriate.
Great, thank you very much.
Oh, I turned it on.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for that elaborate. I think you all heard what Jerry said, but I would like to reiterate the panelists online said, because I think the audio was a little bit fast. I just say that I know that I had mentioned the fact that working through the laser ERT practitioners and researchers are able to communicate with each other. They don't speak the same language, but through these projects, they are able to work together and bring a fusion to their research. We also had that through the ERT model, this process of working leads to results in the sense that there is an uptake. There is already a partner an uptake this research, and Patrick did mention the fact that this goes to the very last mile in development. So those are just some of the highlights in addition to what Jerry has said. Now, my next question is going to go to Kizito and Patrick. The question is, has laser program benefited you or your institution in any way? Has it changed your perspective in any way, or how do you especially in how you do development research? So let me start this time with Patrick to hear what how laser has benefited him as well as his institution, Kenya Agriculture Research Organization, and then we'll move to Kizito. Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Betty, for that very important question. I think for us as a research organization and also practitioner in the ground, we are very grateful to the LESA program. We are very grateful to the LESA program. Sorry. Very grateful to LESA program for being participated in this research. From our end, I think, and I've been working with the LESA, as an institution and as an individual, we've been able to really benefit a lot. I want to highlight 3 areas. One is that LESA has provided us with a huge network of opportunities where we can relate to researchers, practitioners globally, both in the region and globally. That gives us a very good opportunity to collaborate on very many thematic areas. As an institution, we have several programs. So this is an opportunity where we've been sharing with my colleagues to tap on the network so that they can be able to collaborate even in terms of writing. The second benefit as an organization we've been able to find is that on capacity building. Through this program, I think we've been able to attend several capacity building programs that has really helped us to illustrate some of the potential areas in research. So we are grateful both physical and online opportunities for capacity building. I think as a frequent user of the network, I find some very short courses that can really help me to sharpen and share with colleagues. That area of benefit we've been able to get from this program is the ability to now to work very closely with our USAID, with our mission. I think we've seen the potential where we can collaborate, share, ask the mission of every opportunity, and even discussing on the buying opportunities for very thematic areas. I think this is something as an institution, as an organization, as individuals, we can be able to follow, to see some of the critical areas and challenges emanating from our research can be tackled and be followed by the mission. We were thinking, in fact, at the end of our program, interaction of this program, we are already following very close discussion with the mission on supporting issues of capacity building, which emanated very critically from our lessons from the program, possibly something we can be able to do. So I think that's a big win for the program, that we can now link to the mission in a more personalized way and more closely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kizito.
Yeah, thank you, Betty. This is a question which we can discuss for the entire session, but I will touch on 3 points. The first one is how our students benefited from this project at 2 levels. The first one, we are giving hands-on in terms of implementing such research projects. So we hire a couple of students who are helping us in data collections, training farmers, and then other extension agents. At the second level, it's where we design this project to make sure that our students will benefit from the expertise of our collaborators. For instance, like now the 3 collaborators, one from Iowa State, the 2 from University of Florida, traveled to Rwanda to give seminars in the area of expertise, where they spent like now 1 week in Rwanda, giving seminars, working with, of course, with the research team, but at the same time, working with our students in the master's, but also in the undergrad, in animal science, but also all those who are in food science. The second benefit, which I can mention here, is that now the collaboration that we're establishing, a partnership that we're establishing with the Iowa State, which we allow our students, master and PhD and the faculty to join Iowa State as visiting scientists at a newly established National Feed Industry Academy. And then from there, they will work with the Iowa State faculty on research, utilizing the new Feed Me and Grand Science Complex for teaching, but also for research. And then this initiative was negotiated when Dirk Meyer, the director of the center, traveled to Rwanda under the Reservoir Project, and where but also gave a couple of seminars. Another benefit from this project is with our collaborators at the University of Florida. So we are leveraging a couple of the previously developed products. For instance, they have already developed a smartphone application on dairy ratio formulation, and then previously intended for Sri Lanka. And then through this collaboration, so we are customizing this app to the local context. For instance, translating into the local language, Kinyarwanda, adapting some couple of components. The other tool that they have already developed, it's like now the farm assessment tool, developed under one project funded by Livestock Innovation Lab. So we're combining the two tools in one app. So we have this app not only used by our students, but also other extension agents. So to be brief, this is a couple of now benefits that I have seen from this project, but we can extend that. There are many other benefits. For lack of time, I cannot really discuss. Yeah, thank you, Betty.
Thank you very much for that, and I'll just say, unfortunately, we don't have so that can go to all this answer that they research. What I would say is that if you have any questions, please connect in the chat, and we get an opportunity to respond to those questions. But this overall, what I like with the two of them is that they get something the opportunity to network, the capacity building aspect that they have been able to provide, their ability to work with students, and also strengthening of relationships with some of them which they already had, and do the past and strengthen as they are continuing to work together, especially as we mentioned the research translation. So my next question will go to Meg and Jerry. And that question is, are you already seeing any impact of your work, or is it too soon to tell? And the impact can be in terms of research perspective, institutional systems, change in mindset, or things to that nature. So let's have Meg go first, and then we'll come back to Jerry.
Thank you, Betty. I think that's a really important question. I think in some ways we're still early on, but we have had the opportunity to convene for a research for development workshop earlier this year, where we brought researchers and practitioners into the same space. And this was really exciting because it was an opportunity to use the basis of our projects that are happening for discussion, engagement, that face-to-face time to really talk about this work was critical. I also want to say it was very participatory. We had private sector. We also had other donors represented in the space. A couple of other highlights that I want to share that I think are important in regards to this work with Laser has been connecting with the youth aspect of the work, particularly around access, participation, and systems for youth. One of the major sort of cross-cutting themes with the mission is youth. So making sure that there's that synergy between the research and the themes and the focus points within the agency have been helpful. This also connects directly to the country development strategies, the CDCS, which integrates youth in the activity designs and implementation. So the research is helping to drive and connect to those thematic spaces, which is really critical. And we have a lot of projects that involve youth, but again, being able to have research that starts to sort of focus in on some key areas, particularly, for example, around understanding structured dialogue designed to promote youth engagement, social cohesion, economic development. These are some key areas that we started to dive into and better understand how we could take that research and actually, here's the key, create actionable opportunities. So what could we learn and then move to those action points? What were those action points? How could we better understand what youth needed, particularly when you think about civil society, organizations, when you think about how to structure a dialogue with youth around really sensitive topics, there's really some helpful information that's come out of the research that can guide future interventions. Another area that I wanted to bring forward today was youth and their role in engaging in structured and sort of multicultural, interethnic dialogue. It can be very tense. And so research that helps guide and inform some of those interventions is helpful. And again, I think one of the key piece that really has been useful for this exchange was the findings, and then how do we take those into action, right? How do we move those into meaningful action and change? There was one other project, and we've had, again, 4 projects, but I do want to also share, particularly when we're thinking about resilience within Ethiopian communities. An area that we focused and learned a lot from was understanding how to respond to shocks, right? At the community level, how to understand current capacities. These were all focus points around that helped kind of guide interventions and inform decision-making around focus points. When you think about how many shocks the country's experiencing, having research to say, okay, what are their vulnerable factors? Where are the weaknesses? Where are the strengths? Where's the conflict resolution coming from? And what can we do? That's been really useful. And I think these are our key areas. I think we'll still have more results coming out of this to connect. But I think when we do this work, one of the key pieces that we need to keep in mind is how to connect the work with the major sort of thematic areas and focus points within the agency that helps create alignment, how to create translation and discussion between all the partners at the table and all this. And again, how do we take this information and move it to actionable? So those are sort of the key pieces when I was thinking about connecting with all of you today that I wanted to make sure to share. And I know I only have 2 minutes, so I hope I'm still within my time. Back to you, Betty.
Thanks, Mary. That's very enlightening, and I hope you all had, we can share the summaries later. Let's hear from Jay.
Okay. Thanks. First, so if we're going to talk about impacts, I think I have to preface everything by saying that all of the impacts that we were able to achieve were achieved because we had a very strong implementing partner in the form of CRS on the ground in the NTN. So without CRS as an implementing partner, especially as we were navigating the pandemic, and a lot of our goals and aspirations for hands-on activities kind of evaporated, CRS was critical in maintaining continuity, in establishing local context, and making sure that we were engaging with our local stakeholders at all times. So let me not claim any personal responsibility for the impacts, because I think truly in the absence of CRS as an implementing partner, we would have achieved very little during the pandemic. That said, we were working with 3 different institutions who all have programmatic responsibilities for food security and nutrition. One is a government agency, and 2 are government-run research institutions, universities. Our impacts have been kind of threefold. First of all, we've had impacts on individuals, all of our collaborators who have been participating. Most of our activities were designed as hands-on learning by doing kinds of activities. That stretches from training in anthropometry with children under age 5, all the way to mapping food environments and doing research in community settings. So impacts on individuals, individual researchers. The project by design has had research translation embedded in it because many of the people that we're working with are themselves responsible for implementing policy. And so we're trying to strengthen the capacity not only to conduct research, but also to use research and to identify research questions that are germane to the local context. So one of the things that came out of the work is that we're to establish for the very first time in Laos a national research agenda for nutrition that's being led by one of our partners with our support. A second thing that we've accomplished, which I think may have the longest lasting impacts from the project, is that for the first time, we helped develop a nutrition glossary that is a crosswalk between English and Laos. So one of the things that happened when we first started the project is we started using terms and concepts and found that translating across languages was problematic, not only because English terms were unfamiliar, but oftentimes among our partners, even the Lao terms that were being used to discuss things were a bit confusing to them. And so for the first time, there's going to be a Lao English glossary of nutrition terms and concepts that will be disseminated and used nationally. And I think it's going to be hugely important, not just to the research community, but to practitioners, to educators, and others. So impact on individuals. The second thing that I mentioned, this national research agenda and glossary, I think have an institutional impact, maybe an impact on the ecosystem for doing research in country. And we're already seeing the importance of that as other researchers enter the country and want to work with some of our partners. They're empowered to do so at a higher level. And then finally, and again, my kudos go out to CRS, who have been primarily responsible for this. A lot of work, as Pallavi indicated in her remarks, about things that are a little bit hidden from view, but very important to the conduct of research, and that's back office strengthening. So working with our partners on standard operating procedures for things like HR, for budgets, for reporting, that will enable them in the future to be more effective as they work with research communities. So I could go on and on. We have a lot of impacts that we're proud of, but I realize time is limited, so I'll pass the microphone back to Betty.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry, for your question about the work you've been doing, which is very important. We have one question online. I know our time is up, but we have one question that came to the chat. And John, will you share that question?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to share this one, and I think it actually spans probably all of the day, so maybe we can address this in various ways. But I'll just read what we have received, which is the U.S. universities, both MSIs and HBCUs, and land-grant universities have done great work with HEIs and lower middle income countries in academic research fields. What is lacking is sustainably supporting these HEIs in the lower middle income countries. The management and administration, the support departments in good governance are lacking. Funding for applied research, technology, and innovation is not part of national priorities. So governments have not allocated enough time to develop national policies, regulations, and processes to create a system of academic funding, scientific research supported by national governments. Without such key requirements, would it be possible to sustainably support research, technology, and innovation? And then has Laser Pulse developed a system approach to research, technology, and innovation to the whole of the lower HEIs and lower middle income countries? So two questions would be, one is how to address government funding, and I'd say the second one is what kind of systems, processes that we as Legal Pulse have created that could be useful for these universities. Big broad questions, and clearly I think probably every panel that's coming could probably in some manner address these, but if
I'd like to. Yeah.
since Jerry has an answer, we will.
Okay, so let me respond in the context of our project in Laos. On the issue of sustainability, it's extremely important to us. It's extremely important to the mission. And increasingly, it's becoming important to our partners in Laos that the activities that we're engaging in are sustained. But they work in a very resource-constrained environment. I mentioned earlier that we're working with 3 institutions. Prior to our project, these institutions actually operated in isolation and cooperated very little. They, on paper, have overlapping interests, but they often saw themselves perhaps not as competitors, but certainly not as strong collaborators. I think the project has stitched them together in a way that they weren't stitched together previously. It maybe wasn't a clear design element for the project, but it's been perhaps an unintended consequence that we've been able to help them see a shared role in advocating at their national level for the importance of nutrition on the research agenda. And I think that, indirectly, by strengthening their capacity to articulate the concerns, the questions, the needs of the country in a more rigorous way, and to work in concert at doing that, in the long run, it will improve their ability to argue for resources and to garner resources at the national level to support their programs. And so, by strengthening their experiences, their knowledge base, as well as helping to generate confidence in what they're doing, it allows them to speak more confidently with those who may control resources that may be able to help sustain their activities.
Thank you so much, Jerry. And I think there's more to that question. I think this morning we heard from the keynote speaker, Mohamed, about the localization efforts that USAID is shielding forward to the current policy. And I think in the future, there's going to be more engagement of higher education institutions in LMIC countries. So there's definitely hope in that regard. And some countries are progressive enough. Last week we had an capacity strengthening workshop in Uganda. Last month, I should say. And we learned that some governments are proactively funding research. Government of Uganda is one of those, putting in $8 billion US. And from that capacity strengthening workshop, there was a need to develop a chart that can be utilized by other governments in the region, especially for those 13 countries that were represented at that workshop. So definitely a lot of efforts on various fronts to help that, make that possible. And I think that we all are involved and we should advocate that local people work to resolve local issues. And it's really what part of DESA is all about, especially through the buying research projects that we've been receiving. And with that, we will close. I don't know if the online panelists have anything to add to that answer. I don't hear anything, so I will pause here and I would like us to give a round of applause to our panelists, especially for being adaptable in this environment. Thank you so much, Kizito, Patrick, and Meg, and have a good evening.
So thank you to
Thank you.
the Food and Nutrition panel. We now invite up the education panel to that, and then hopefully we will slight modification in terms of our schedule, but and then be able hopefully to return to the schedule as planned in the afternoon. Hey, how are you?
Nenda. Nimejua ni wewe. Kuja tu hapa mbele. Oh. Hii vitu zangu ni mingi lakini nataka kuvuka.
So thanks for the seamless transition, and I'm glad to be moving on. I'm pleased to introduce the education panel. Casa will be serving as the moderator. Luciget's a project manager from Laser Pulse at Purdue University, and with that, over to you and to your panel.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome all to our education panel. And in this session, we will be covering education aspects. USAID, through the laser mechanism, supports more than 8 education-related projects. And some of them include the multi-country study inclusive education in Cambodia, Nepal, and Malawi, and baseline evaluation of Somalia's accelerated quality learning program, or as we call it, BAB, and the TUSAM project, the case study of Kenya Early Education Reading Program. And today, in this session, we will address the following objective. Our panelists will share their experience, outcomes, and the potential utilization of research translated products through the laser project. We also believe that laser has a unique feature, and we will showcase that quality today. And towards the end, we will pitch why you should be part of the laser network. We will achieve those objectives through, discussion with our panelists, and we will also provide opportunities for the attendees to ask questions to our panelists. And I will introduce my panelists here today. We have Dr. Julius and Leah in person, and we have also 2 panelists, Dr. Valerie Kerr and Professor Abdulrazak Dalmar, online. I will start from Dr. Abdulrazak Dalmar. He's the founder and chief executive officer of Somali Research and Development Institute. He is also the co-PI of the Somalia BAB project. And our second speaker or panelist is Dr. Julius. He is public health physician. He is also director for operations and director of East Africa Resilience Innovation Lab at Resilience Africa Network. And we have also Leah Maxson. She is senior inclusive education advisor at Center for Education, USAID. She is also our activity manager for MIXI project. And the other is Dr. Valerie Kerr. She is the founding partner and president of Inclusive Development Partner, and she is also associate professor at University of Massachusetts, Boston. You will have their detailed bio on the website, and I will directly start presenting my questions. We will have 2 rounds of questions, and I will present 2 questions for each presenter. And from participants, you will have also the opportunity to ask 1 question per presenter. I just want to flag that each panelist have only 2 minutes to respond so that you can stick to our timeline. Thank you. My first question, I will start from Leah. What's unique about MIXI project.
Thank you, Lusagad, and thank you to the Laser Pulse Consortium for inviting me to participate in today's summit. I will keep my remarks at 2 minutes. I realize we are the panel standing between you all and lunch, which is never the best position to be in. So thank you all too for your attention today. So the multi-country study on inclusive education, or the MIXI, as we call it at USAID, is unique for many reasons. One of which is that it's USAID's very first evaluation that we commissioned to investigate what works well in improving early grade reading outcomes for children with disabilities across country contexts and in different regions of the world. The cross-country nature of the evaluation makes it unique, especially because it's focused on disability inclusive education, which is an emerging area of practice and one without significant evidence. The MIXI model seeks to produce country-specific evidence and also global evidence to inform our programming. In 2019, when USAID commissioned multi-million-dollar activities in Cambodia, Nepal, and Malawi, we saw an opportunity for evaluation that could be useful to the individual country activities and as they're being implemented, but also we saw it as an opportunity to generate evidence that we could use across the countries in a synthesized way that we could use at the headquarters level to really inform our global approach in this area that is a significant area of USAID's education programming in the early grade reading space. Another unique aspect of MIXI is its approach to collaboration and partnership with disability communities in the 3 focus countries. For USAID, it's really important that any of the work that we do in the disability space aligns with the motto of the international disability rights community, which is nothing about us without us. And that is equally important in monitoring and evaluation. And so MIXI has taken a concerted effort to partner and collaborate with persons with disabilities.
Thank you, Leah. I hope Dr. Valerie is joining us online. I can't see the screen in front of me. Okay. So Dr. Valerie, following Leah's general remarks, can you give us some specific and unique examples from MIXI project?
Absolutely. Following Leah's remarks, I think one of the most unique aspects are the shared. Oh, could you hear me? Can you hear audio? Okay, thank you. One of the most unique aspects of MIXI are the sheer number of stakeholders who are invested in learning more about how to include children with disabilities in education. As an advocate for children with disabilities, it's been very heartening to see the interest. We no longer are focused on why inclusion matters. Everybody agrees of the value of inclusion. It's now about how do we best include and how do we equip our systems to include children with disabilities. So IDC, as the lead implementer of MIXI, has sought out partnerships with local disability organizations and local universities so that we can have a well-rounded team to contribute to our study, as well as to discuss and validate our findings. We have benefited over the last 3+ years of the study in partnering and collaborating and working with organizations of persons with disabilities, parents of children with disabilities, teachers, head teachers, local and national government, USAID mission teams and staff, as well as the teams at USAID headquarters. The representation we have on our team includes academia and higher education institutes, development practitioners, and advocates. And I think from a research and evaluation perspective, that gives our findings so much meaning. We're evidence-based and looking at normative international standards for good practice. But we have to realize that inclusion of children with disabilities is relatively new in many contexts. And so our findings are also contextualized and useful to our local stakeholders. So we have so many requests for more information or to meet and present and discuss the work that we're doing. And it's really validating to hear that it's all about the how we can improve our inclusion. And we're able to as well recruit the technical expertise necessary for this type of study, because there's so many nuances in inclusive education, from how to adapt assessments for children who are blind to how to best screen children so that they get the services and supports that they need. So I think one of our partnerships that's most unique is the sheer diversity of partnership.
I hope we are adaptive, so I will speak loud if this mic is not working. Thank you, Dr. Valerie. I want to invite here Professor Abdi. We are just discussing about partnership, and the Somalia project is being implemented through Purdue University, RAN, and the Sordis collaboration. Can you tell us what that experience looked like, and if you can mention the top 3 partnership experiences that you can share with us today?
Thank you so much, Leslie Gadd, and I also thank the organizers of the panel who have invited us to share with you our experiences. Can you hear me? Leslie? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, yes.
Okay, yes, so I will go ahead. Our partnership actually started in May 2019. So this month we are actually celebrating our 4th anniversary of that partnership. And that started as soon as USAID commissioned our consortium from Laser, Purdue University, RAN, which is situated in Makerere, and as Sordi in Somalia, to be the external evaluating partners of an accelerated basic education that USAID was funding in Somalia. So as soon as we got that commission, even before the project has started, we convened a workshop of all of us in Kampala to really discuss the way forward. And that has continued since today, as we are now entering our last year. And the 3 features that really contributed to the success of our partnership, I can say, were communication. As I was telling you, the communication between our partnership started early on, and it was based on open and ongoing communication, direct communication on all aspects and stages of this project. We had a weekly, what we call the evaluation team meetings on every Wednesday, which is going for all these 4 years. We have also twice monthly calls with USAID at mission level and USAID Somali, but also at the headquarter level. So that communication was the first step in establishing trust and communication, and also establishing the expertise of each partner and leveraging on them. The other feature was, once we started really to design our evaluation, the collaboration spirit that underpinned our consortium, from constructing the tools, getting the ethical approvals, going through the planning stages, validating our tools, training them, piloting them, data collection, how that data collection is shared between different organizations with different ethical review processes, how to clean that data, the analysis, and also the report drafting, sharing that report with our mission, but also the Somali government stakeholders and other stakeholders, validating and then drafting the final one. And it is really unique, and it's still ongoing. And the other lesson I can share with you is the commitment of all partners really to fully engage with each other to make sure that our partnership is really successful, thrives on the technical ability of our laser Bedu team, the regional expertise of our RAN colleagues from Uganda, and the local context expertise and reach of Sordi colleagues who were able really to collect data even in hard to reach places in difficult circumstances in security sometimes engaged and challenged situations. And that has really ultimately led to an improved relevance and usefulness of our evaluation to the intended end users, mainly the USAID mission, but also the Somali government at different levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Abdi. Let me invite Professor Dr. Julius to add to that. And I know you served as the co-PI of the TUSAM project in Kenya. And can you just tell us what you found something unique about the laser, implementing that project through the laser mechanism? If you can mention that in line with laser CR.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lusigard. And firstly, shout out to Brent, who was one of our activity managers. He's in the room, who guided us, because at this stage, Tusome means let's read. And it was one of those pioneer buy-ins through laser. So, and we were the first to implement the ERT model, which is now well described on those charts. So at that stage, ERT was in its infancy. So we're still trying to find out, what does partnership mean? What does the process look like? What do the products look like? And also the dissemination. But we're able to leverage that model through learning, whereby this activity was led by University of Nairobi in Kenya, with us at Makerere University, which is the oldest university in the region, and quite of a big brother for the region. And then, of course, we had CRS. So at that time, the mission in Kenya was asking, why all these partners? This is an activity for Kenya, and it should be led by the universities in Kenya. So we're able to describe our process. The process has a collaboration between researchers, practitioners, are working to look at the question. So we co-created program design at that point, and we're able to clearly spell out what is the role for University of Nairobi, what is the role for Makerere, and what is the role for CRS. And indeed, we are glad to see CRS because they were able to bring in the implementer or practitioner point of view or lens, which we clearly lacked. Because to Some at that point, and it was a big task, because USAID was at a point of looking at these bilingual or multilingual education programs. And within the agency, to Some had proved itself, to Some had proved itself as a very unique and successful program. So USAID was looking out, what are those lessons that led to successful implementation of such a program that it was trying to now attract national stakeholders and get into scale. So our bar was really high as laser to document those success factors for the program, not only for the Kenya mission, but for the entire agency. And as we speak to date, the Center for Education has been able to take stock or to do different programs from Mozambique in the south of Africa to West Africa, in Mali, in Senegal, and to Some provided those lessons that can help implementing partners and nations to start a program right from a pilot, because the pilot started around 2011 up to 2014, when it was just called primary mathematics and reading. And then it was successful. And then USAID said, we can now design a larger program, which is to Some, let's read, to improve literacy outcomes for grade 1 up to grade 3. And so USAID was able to document all these lessons. How did it happen in Kenya? And then I believe those were applied across the rest of multilingual education programming. So we were glad that we leveraged the ERT model to combine researchers, two research institutions with a practitioner to document those lessons collaboratively with USAID and other stakeholders. And I think our report within the agency is one of those that are being referenced on how a program can reach a scale nationally.
Thank you, Dr. Julius. Laser is full of innovations, and you mentioned today we are focusing live through our discussion on the partnership aspect and the dissemination aspect. Otherwise, please do check our website. You will find enough products there. And he also mentioned our co-creation process from process perspective. So, as I said, full of innovation ideas. And I see a lot of passion through my conversation with Leah. You repeatedly mentioned about MIXI model. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? And what's implementing this project through laser mechanism also makes it unique as well, if you can compare with other higher education institutions.
Thank you. Yes, the MIXI model is what I would call a disability inclusive approach to evaluation. And I want to ask everyone in this room a question, and those of you who are online, how often do large-scale development evaluations intentionally design research to be inclusive and accessible and grounded in the local perspectives of persons with disabilities? Not often enough, if you ask me. Laser's belief that stakeholders closest to a development challenge are key to addressing it is really at the heart of MIXI. Solutions to address equity and inclusion in education systems must involve persons with disabilities and the representative organizations. And Laser from the very beginning was very supportive of MIXI taking a disability inclusive approach to evaluation. And that is what allowed for the diverse team composition that Valerie mentioned, including with local disabled persons organizations as research partners. And I want to tell you about one of the local research partners of MIXI in Cambodia. In February, we hosted the Cambodian Disabled Peoples Organization, which is MIXI's local evaluation partner in Cambodia, at USAID headquarters to present the inline findings from Cambodia. And after the presentation, I was able to sit with the organization and with representatives who were involved in the MIXI and learn more from them just about their experience being involved in this evaluation. You know, this organization is an organization of persons with disabilities focused on uplifting disability rights in Cambodia. And they told me that when they were first approached by MIXI to be involved in the evaluation, they figured that they would have more of a supportive role, like reviewing documents or arranging meetings, you know, doing the logistics, those sorts of things. They didn't anticipate, and actually they told me that at first they resisted having a direct role in collecting data, analyzing it, and interpreting findings. And that's what they ended up doing through this study. They were appreciative of having been a part of MIXI over the past 3.5 years. And they actually told me that it was bittersweet and they were a little sad that the evaluation in Cambodia was wrapping up. But more importantly, they told me that as an organization, they grew and they learned and they benefited from this experience. And they felt that they're now better equipped to carry out research and evaluation that is important to them, which is really important in the disability rights space, and especially important that persons with disabilities and the representative organizations have that skill set to produce the knowledge, the evidence in their local country contexts. A disability inclusive approach to evaluation has added tremendous value to us at USAID, as we have been able to learn firsthand from persons with disabilities about the education challenges that they've been facing. But more importantly, we're learning from them the solutions, the community-driven solutions that they, seek to be implemented. This unique approach to evaluation is one that we want to replicate within the education sector at USAID, and I hope it can be replicated in all sectors at USAID. And in fact, it already has become a model for us in a sense, because we have a new evaluation mechanism in the Center for Education that we're managing. And that mechanism has looked to MIXI and has looked to inclusive development partners to share lessons learned with us about working with local researchers with disabilities, and also building that local capacity for research within local communities of persons with disabilities.
Thank you really for highlighting how laser projects are creating opportunities for local organizations through the evidence-based generation process. And I want to also, just some additional insights from Dr. Valerie, given your engagement with the MIXI project as a PI, what has been your top learning or observations on dissemination strategy to higher uptake and utilization? I know also you had a trip to Nepal, and if you can also tell us what that experience looks like in terms of dissemination.
Great, thank you. The thing I want to talk about is the model that Laser has put forward, the embedded research translation model, and how that is such a important component of MIXI. When we look at MIXI and the inclusive representation of our multiple stakeholders, as in particular the disability community, it's really about meaning making. That's the way to look at it in the most simple form, is how does the data we collect, how does the design, the questions we ask, how does it provide information so that people in communities and the donors that work with these communities can make better decisions and direct the field of inclusive education in a manner that is really representative of local context. And so as part of our validation of our we relied heavily on our local community. And so the trip not just to disseminate MIXI findings, it was actually to make meaning of those findings together. So we hosted 3 events, 2 at the local level and 1 at the national level. And all of the stakeholders that I previously mentioned attended those events, as well as our DPO partners. And we prioritized 4 or 5 findings from the MIXI data to discuss with these diverse groups. And it was really wonderful to see them generate findings from their perspective, to prioritize what was the most important and logical next step as we move inclusive education forward in the country, and to focus on how to implement the pathway to inclusion. So again, I think it is all about making meaning and having products that are different, being able to have conversation that take the data and translate it into real life language so that we can discuss the meaning and the way forward together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to invite Professor Abdi about the impacts of dissemination. I know the Somalia project is ongoing, but they have been engaging with different stakeholders to disseminate their baseline and midline evaluations. Can you tell us about, what sort of, is it early to ask about impacts, or what sort of changes you are observing?
Thank you so much, Leslie. We have used our baseline report and our midline findings to engage with the stakeholders from the mission level, USAID mission, the federal government level, but also state level and also local levels to really engage them and see how do they react. And we use different formats. We actually use focus group discussions, but also dissertation presentations. And our evaluation model was different from normal evaluations of any project that really looked at the project effectiveness and cost effectiveness. Our model used actually a principal theory-based evaluation to create generalizable knowledge and informed policy. And we also, for the first time, piloted early grade reading assessment and early grade numeracy or mathematics assessment in Somalia for the first time at a large sample. And we actually followed our sample longitudinally. So we started with a very large, around 4,000 learners from when they started level 1 accelerated program, and we are following them for 2 years. And really these examinations, workshops were very important because they really validated some of our results, but also enriched us with new findings and new context from the local researchers and those that we engaged. And I think although our end-line data collection is still ongoing and we expect our final report of this accelerated basic education in Somalia will be later this year, we have already seen a change in policy, change in theory, interest from the local, federal, and also state governments in benchmarking. There is no benchmarking of early grade reading assessment or early grade mathematics assessment in Somalia. And based on our theory, has generated markers. There is a talk now between the mission and the federal government to use that model and to come up with a national benchmarking for this. So definitely it's still early stage, but we can see that there is some change. We as a local partner of this buy-in, we definitely benefited from the system level. We have enriched our capacity to engage in research in data collection and analysis as well, because this laser model is actually an interactive one, and it actually enabled us now to be full part of all stages of research, from constructing the tools to the data collection analysis, but also generating the report and validating it and coming up with embedded research translation. And we have actually presented some of our findings in last year's American Evaluation Association. We intend to do the same this year as well. So it has been really an experience for us as an institution, but also it generated a lot of evidence for policy or practice change in the sector of early education in Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Maybe I will ask the same question, Dr. Julius. What are the lessons we learned? I mean, it has been for a while since that sub-project has been concluded. So what are the lessons we learned? And if there is any change that we...
Yes, thanks very much. I'll start with the point of disseminating. One, we had the opportunities to disseminate our findings to inform USAID's programming. We had some virtual webinar, in-person meetings. I remember around December 2019, when we had to travel to DC to present to the USAID Education Sector Council. And also in that same meeting, we were able to present to, I think, over 100 USAID mission staffers across where USAID operates to share these lessons early enough in that process. But in terms of the impact which the program has had, TUSOME itself has been able to inform the Ministry of Education, early grade reading education. The program as we speak now, it ended in 2022. It was supposed to end around 2019 or 2020, but then COVID happened. And I think USAID felt it was unfair to leave such a program, which was already becoming successful with the impact of COVID-19, lots of uncertainties, to leave it at that point, because then it will enter into a valley of death. So they extended it up to 2022, up to last year when it ended. And early this year, about a month ago, I had a chance to speak with a PI who happened to be in Kampala at a meeting, at a laser meeting. And then she informed me early this year, the Minister of Education has taken on this program for national scaling. So this is a big challenge, but it's also an opportunity, because we know the program provides teaching and learning materials for the learners and also the teachers, but also it builds capacity of the teachers and education stakeholders, implementing partners. So that's a big commitment which the country has taken on. But again, I think it was set up by USAID already. They had built the capacity of the system to take on this scale, but also it was gradual. From 2014, almost 10 years of walking the journey, showing them the steps, building systems especially for developing robust teaching and learning materials, because we know in most of these countries, there are not so many publishers. So they were able to leverage local partners who would publish materials that are of high quality. And as we speak now, the government of Kenya has that challenge, or the bar is high, for them to continue with the same high quality teaching and learning materials as they go forward into the future.
Thank you, Dr. Julius. Sorry, due to some time pressure, we may not have this question and answer sessions. And I will invite my panelists to just wrap up, just to say a few words as a concluding remark. And I will start from Professor Abdi. What is one that you would wish you had a chance to say today, but we didn't? Just one word. Remark.
Yes, I would definitely be happy to have the same experience, less experience in the future, 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 in
the future. Okay, Professor, can you hear us? Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Sorry, we are still having some technical difficulties. Maybe I will invite. Okay. Julius, maybe we can start.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll take the opportunity. First to say, I don't know where Jerry is. It's not any, he's at the back. It's not any warmer up here. So, yeah, just to let you know, because I'm a scientist and his science was, the higher you go, okay, it's not any warmer here. But I mean, as part of my parting shots, I think I want to emphasize the point of localization. It's very, very important, because I think for us, the TUSOME program itself, implemented by RTI, which is an international NGO, but it had a way of bringing on local stakeholders, the ministry officials through the different officers, but came into the case study, bringing on University of Nairobi. And the mission was very, very intentional, right? Like I told you at the beginning, when we were designing it, they clearly wanted to see University of Nairobi taking on a lead role in terms of design, implementing the research. Even as we accompanied them from Uganda, which is just the neighboring country, as well as CRS, the localization bit was always coming out. So how do we move such programs? By bringing on board or by empowering co-partners. I think for me, that's my parting shot in terms of implementing this kind of program.
Valerie, can you hear us? Dr. Valerie?
I can. How's the audio? I can post mine in the Zoom thread if you like.
Sorry, maybe Leah, you can cover with her and give us your final concluding remarks.
Thank you. Again, I stand between you and lunch. So let me make this very long. Just kidding. I think there's a lot of opportunity with Laser Pulse. It is such a large, expansive network. The consortium is massive. I think there's a lot of opportunity to learn from successful evaluations like the Tusome evaluation, which really has made a difference in the education sector at USAID. And like you heard from Professor Julius, has informed our programming in other countries. Similarly, MIXI, I think there's a lot to learn about the process MIXI has taken. It's a very complex evaluation for a lot of different reasons. I think there's a lot of value that MIXI could contribute to other evaluations being supported through Laser Pulse, other evaluations at USAID too, in terms of how do we really approach evaluation from a transformative perspective where we really try to elevate local voice, local perspective, and especially those from marginalized communities. So I see a lot of opportunity. This is such a great event, today's summit, bringing everybody together to share these lessons learned. I hope there will be future events like this because I know that I'm learning and I know that many of us in the room and online have a lot more to contribute. So I hope there will be more opportunities like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By this, we concluding and please give them to my panelists, the reporters, and that's one round. Thank you.
So thanks to all. I think there's food in the back. We'll try and reconvene at 12:45 so that we then can continue on schedule and be mindful of everybody's time. Thank you to the two panels and the speakers and enjoy it. What?
And shared value efforts. And then today you also met Dr. Yewon Yi this morning. She's the academic director for the Laser Pulse Consortium. And Dr. Yi also led parts of Laser's PSE research. In the academic realm, her research usually focuses on systems engineering to optimize and manage complex systems and operations. Let's start first of all, Susan, with you, if I could. Can you kind of set the stage for us as far as private sector engagement and tell us a bit about kind of why this work is important to USAID and what would you say were the goals that were present behind the different streams of research that you put in place?
Great. So thanks everyone for having me today. Many of you might know that in 2019, USAID passed its first private sector engagement policy. We used to joke that if you asked 10 people at USAID about what the definition of private sector engagement was, you would get 20 different definitions. So a big part of this was to really understand kind of a common language and to be able to systemize what we do. We always have pockets that are doing great things, but how do we do it across all of USAID? And the policy helped us do that. And then, metrics are key, right? So we created a little bit after the policy, we created what's called the PSE Evidence and Learning Plan. And that kind of mapped out 3 different areas that we wanted to do research on. And all of these 5 work streams helped us answer some of those questions. And then we did other research to further that. So I think that, we always, for me, partnerships is always part art and part science. And so the science is really around the metrics. How do we do engagement better so that we're not reinventing the wheel? And how do we be more responsive to our private sector partners? And where are those pain points? We hear them kind of anecdotally a lot from our private sector partners. And we've done other studies, but I think that this was an opportunity to really build on the comparative advantage of universities to be able to help us answer some of those questions.
Great. Thanks, Susan, for the 2 of you for our next question. Throughout the PSE research, LASER focused on deep collaboration between the researcher and the user of the research. And for this project, the user of the research was, of course, often USAID itself. But can you talk about your experience of working with the LASER mechanism, and specifically, what did you find different or what did you find beneficial from your work with LASER?
So, because I'm a system engineer, so we actually take on this particular work on understanding the processes of how the private sector can engage with USAID as a partner. So this entire work, I would say, is absolutely infeasible without a partner from USAID. And I would say Susan probably is more than half of the contributor of what we produce and what we study. Simple example as how we identify 8 different case studies from different sector, from different regions. So we have a very good coverage and understanding how different cases of private sector engagement occurred. And this study actually originally was framed as a failure risk analysis. And later on, we realized it's not about focusing on what didn't work, but we want to understand the entire process, exactly where are bottlenecks, because we all have challenges. So we don't really want to focus on just about where it actually didn't work, but also we want to understand what actually will be the way to move forward. So we kind of frame it very differently. And of course, Susan is basically the main driver to give us the contact, select the sector, select the region, select all the people we interview. There are over 60 hours of interviewing script that we have to analyze and try to understand exactly how this formulated, how was a sort of exploratory space, how does that actually come to a partnership, and how does the partnership become a formal program, and how does the program be implemented, and what are the outcomes, and what are the lessons learned. So there is so much that we learn from USAID partners. There's no way that any university researcher can take on this without that input and also collaboration. And I can't even count how many times Susan rewrite what we wrote. Again, different terminology, different language, different way of presenting, a different culture of work. So how academia approach and presenting our finding is extremely different from how it will be received from different partners. And we learn a lot from this process. And as I said, the value of working with a person like Susan and Tatiana, it was just absolutely amazing. And this is one of the projects, sorry, I've been taking a lot of time. This is one of the first project LASER received from USAID unit. So that we call it buy-in. And so I remember on the day of signing cooperative agreement, that day, we received 3 buy-ins, and this is one of them. And as a academic researchers, and also academic director of LASER, I'm kind of responsible to put the team together in the very short period of time. So I would say this is one of the projects we actually learn how to operationalize this concept we have in terms of how do we embed research and embed the translation in the entire life cycle of research, right from the start, and how we define the question, how do we ask the right question, what is important to the users, how do we plan on disseminating that information, how do we engage all the partners so the solution actually is meaningful. So I was happy to say it was a very, very rewarding process, and I will let Susan talk and we can talk more.
Thanks. So I think at AID, we often talk about the fact that we don't speak the same language. And I would say that the same for universities. I think this point about risk failure. So those of you who are implementing partners in the room, you can imagine that USAID doesn't like to talk about risk. And we usually talk about that in financial terms, right? I think the other thing for us is that, and one of the challenges with private sector engagement is that there's a lot of different ways we can do it. Trying to explain all our different procurement mechanisms, try to explain why we have to do it this way and that way, and what Congress tells us we have to do to a university who, so it's not very straightforward. And so I give them a lot of credit for hanging in with us. But I also think that it really pushed us to be actually map out what our processes are. And so I do a lot of work with missions. And I think for me, one of the things I get very excited that I can do things 15 different ways, right? I can do this with this company and this with this company. And that's what's really exciting. But when I have people in missions who don't have a clue what private sector engagement is, or they actually are resistant about working with a company, I have to be able to say to them, okay, we're going to make a cake. And in this cake, you need eggs, you need, flour, you need butter. And then if you want to make a really fancy cake, you can do all these other things, right? But everyone's like, what is the basic ingredients that we need? And so to have people really basically say, I don't understand what you're talking about. And I don't want to say force, but like really push us to say, these are the basic ways that we engage with the private sector, understanding there could be a lot other ways, so that they could then come in and say, okay, here's where the bottlenecks are in the process. Here's where the partnerships are falling off, right? Here's where you're having conversations with people and they're not moving forward. Because then the question is, and I think for the universities, we were like, we don't just want the research. We need to turn the research into, okay, so this is what we're finding in these bottlenecks. How do we change that at USAID, right? How do we change that for the private sector? How do we change that for our implementing partners? And so I think, they were very excited about the results sometimes. And they were like, you want us to now we have to go and figure out the so what question. But I think that's, and I think even for USAID, we're not always so good about understanding the skills that it takes to go from research to translating into meaningful actions, right? And who has those skills? I don't know. But, the question when I think about partnerships is really, what are people's core competencies and how do I maximize that? So as a university, do they have the core competency to do that translation? Maybe yes, maybe no. If they don't, then maybe I should expect other partners to do that, right? So when I'm thinking about this whole trajectory of the research, turning it into action, I'm in the process now of, we kind of took one of the frameworks and have turned it into a self-assessment tool, and kind of how I bring in partners at different points along the way is kind of how we move this very large Titanic that we call USAID.
Great, thanks. That hits a couple of themes that have come up today several times. The challenge of speaking different languages between organizations. And then, we could keep talking about taking the outputs of research and figuring out ways to put them into action, right? So thanks for bringing that up. Let's move on to the next question. This research was done for a purpose. It was trying to lay a foundation for better partnership between USAID and the private sector. So could you two share your, maybe your top learning item or your favorite learning item, maybe especially something you've learned around utilization or getting people to do the uptake on the research you've created?
I will start. There are many things we learn through this process, but also sort of pointed back to earlier, I have given a little bit of talk about cross-sector partnership and collaborative research. And this is one of the examples actually looking at the cross-sector partnership and how the formulation, exploration, formulation, and implementation of different stages. So what we did is we actually used those 8 case studies, try to understand how private sector can play a role as a partner in global development. And we found there are many different ways, and we had kind of summarized into 4 different kinds. So if you're interested, definitely you can go to marketing links if you're familiar with that site, or go to the Laser Pulse. We'll have that basic report that you can look at. So there are different ways of engaging. So that's the first thing we found. Another thing we found is there is a common theme, even there's a different region, different sector, but private sector engagement all go through 3 different phases. One is exploration. Basically, try to understand, align the goal and what are the interests, whether this is actually synchronized. So the exploration phase will move on to formulation once there is agreeable goal that you want to achieve between different partners. And then once that is formalized, then we will have implementation. So what we found was interesting is private sector engagement is the one that doesn't quite follow all those 3 phases in sequence. So we have seen cases actually start with the formulation and expect to move forward to implementation. But what we found is the phase of exploration, meaning continue to understand alignment of understand the value proposition, operation internally, policy rules within the organization. There are many things we work differently. It's a different work culture from different organizations. So how do you actually work through the whole process? Usually happen in for the exploration. However, there are some cases we found the starting point is formulation, because they already identify what we'd like to do together. There's already programming that is already in place and want to move forward. And that caused a lot of frustration because you still have to do the work for exploration. So that piece, it is missing in the beginning. You're going to find there's a little bit more frustration because you have to come back to do the work. Although people say, we already signed this, we're going to do this. So what is the holdup? Well, there's a lot of details was not discussed and didn't really have a mutual understanding on the value proposition. So that is sort of one piece of no free lunch. There's no step can be skipped in some way for that particular formulation. Another piece I found interesting in this one is really looking at sort of a non-traditional USAID partners. So I would say private sector being engaged as a contractor or procurement process for a longest time. But being a partner for development, I think there's another lens that's a little bit different and the role is different. They could be also the donor, they could be a beneficiary, they also could be the implementing partners. So there are many different roles they can play, but regardless of what role they play, this value proposition among all partners need to be continued monitored. What I'm trying to say is, in the beginning, everybody's very excited, and that's how the partnership forms. And then we jump into formulation and execution. However, the value proposition is not a fixed value. Value proposition change, meaning every organization and partners have priority that's shifting over time. And also your value proposition built on the experience you have. So once you start engaging and having meetings and try to resolve some of the issue and misalignment, that process sometimes very hard. Do you actually have the resource and time, the right people to be allocated for this particular engagement? It is very important. Now, if there's a lot of frustration, the value proposition will tilt the scale in the way that this is no longer interesting. So I just want to say, this is one of our major findings is we have listed all the different things in value proposition, how we will evolve over time. And we actually have cases to support some of those examples. And I would really encourage you to look at it. And to me, actually having university as a partner, we talk about research for development, almost the same thing apply. Because any partnership, any cross-sector partnership, you will need a way to understand how we all work as a different culture and how do we work together. And there's a lot of alignment need to happen. And that change over time, priority change over time, leadership change over time, personnel change over time. So we have gone through all that process and realized this is not a constant. So I just want to share those two things, and I found very interesting and also generalizable to other partners as well.
Yeah, she took me everything I was going to say. I have another question. No, I mean, I think that maybe just to share that on a couple of the case studies, and I think this is why it came out, is that in one of the case studies, the private sector pulled out completely, in part because there was external factors with the company and the country that they were working in. But we had several partners where the private sector, for a variety of reasons, really began to disengage. I think that while we knew that before, we didn't have, because the case studies, the thing that was advantageous about them is it interviewed everyone. So it wasn't just USAID, it also interviewed implementing partners and the private sector partner. And so it gave us a 360 view of what people's perspectives are. All these partnerships were in implementation, but I would say at various levels of implementation. And so I think identifying these, we identified 7 critical characteristics, but then I think understanding that those characteristics change over time is really important. And so that's right now USAID is taken this framework and put it into a self-assessment tool, because what we found is that, so particularly in health, we spend millions of dollars field testing our indicators for health. And no one's arguing that we're doing partnerships to improve health outcomes, right? But we have all those indicators. We can't actually say this partnership is working well and this partnership isn't, right? And that's what we need to do. Just like we need to monitor projects, we need monitoring data to be able to understand, is this engagement? And I've done a lot of partnerships, so I can tell you that I've been partnerships where we've had several come to Jesus moments where we thought the partnership was going to fall apart, and some of them did. And having the ability to have something that the partners are regularly assessing, whether partnerships on track, whether people's priorities are changing, whether we see this a lot with the smaller partners, that they don't really feel comfortable telling USAID or the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation it's not working well. And so having some kind of tool where the partners are regularly checking in, I've seen some partnerships do this. And so this is what we're testing right now with the Philippines and Tanzania. And I think we're really excited. I think it won't be limited to implementation, but we kind of had to start somewhere to test the tool.
This is a great time for questions from the audience. Who out there has a PSE question for our panel?
I just wondered if You don't have particular insight, you know, because it sounded so similar to what so many organizations. What were the things about improving its partnerships, besides just sort of knowledge of what we share, are there other strategies that they can recommend?
Okay, so to repeat for the folks online, you're asking, these sounds like great advice for relationships in general, but talk about the strategies specifically for private sector, correct?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and some of this, you know, I mean, a lot of these things we've been talking about for a long time, but you know, one of the challenges, for example, is we all know that we need to build trust, right? And you kind of know it when you see it and you know it when you don't, but how do you actually measure trust or efficiency or those kinds of things? I think one of the things we've heard very clearly from our private sector partners, and we're working very diligently on, is kind of navigating USAID. So we are in the process. We just stood it up like a month ago. That's called the concierge desk. So companies kind of can, especially companies that don't work with USAID. And then we relaunched our relationship manager network. So we prioritize companies that we work with a lot. And we've done this at the global level, but eventually this will be rolled out at the mission level as well as we move these things forward. So for example, I'm the relationship manager with J&J. And so there's several kind of, not just technology, but other ways that we're trying to improve our system. I've been at the agency for 8 years and we've been arguing about the fact that we don't have a customer relationship management system, which now there's a tender on the street to put that in place. So some of the things we're doing internally, just so that it's easier for people to come to us and figure out how to navigate us. And then I think, like for me, this question of how do we better monitor our engagement so that, like, I know a lot of the best practices because I do this a lot, but there's a lot of people that private sector engagement is maybe 10% of their job, right? Like if you're an expert in HIV/AIDS, most of what you do is HIV/AIDS. And then a strategy that you can use is partnering with the private sector, but you're probably not an expert in partnering with the private sector. So how do we make it easier for those people who are not experts like me, who that's what I do in my full-time job, that translation piece, right? And what I found is that you really have to start where people are. And I think that we often assume we just should send things out and that people will have time to read it. And it's very clear that that's not the case. And a lot of this is really just sitting down with people, everything from how do you do a Google search for a company, right? It's like kind of at this very basic level. So
I want to go back to what you were saying earlier about one of our laser pulse indicators does that, and it's based on a partnership scorecard metric that CRS has developed quite a while ago. So we adapted that for one of our indicators. And basically, we take elements of the ERT model and put that in the form of some questions that we then put into a Qualtrics survey and we mail out to our project teams. And then, you know, it's like a Likert scale that we then scale up and normalize to 0 to 100 score. So if you're interested in that, you know, we can talk further on that. So.
Yeah, I think we've seen that. I think the one challenge for partnerships is that I think the best practices are fairly standard, but the partners themselves kind of have to define what those things mean, right? So I think while we have these standard indicators and, you know, we have to aggregate things up for Congress, those partners are really the ones that have to decide whether they're making progress or not. So I think like the World Cuckoo Foundation has been using these self-assessments for a long time. CRS, Red Cross has similar ones. So this is kind of similar, but it's very much about these partners that we're testing it on. They're the ones that are deciding rather than trying to worry about aggregating it up for Washington.
Yeah, well, just to be clear, this is a custom indicator that we developed, but I mean, it would be great for USAID to develop their own standard indicator on this, I guess. And it hasn't been trouble-free, let's say, because it is dependent on getting survey responses from as many team members as possible on a given buy-in or research award that we do. And to be honest, sometimes we only get one or two people from a team, and so it's kind of weak, right? But where we do get good participation, I think it's effective, and of course it can be tailored with different questions and whatever, even in narrowed further for like a PSC project or context. So yeah. I can reach out to you and talk.
Actually, I also want to add, this is sort of the so what question that Susan always asks us to push us to think about, okay, you discover all this knowledge, this information, just like what you mentioned earlier. What are we going to do about it? What are the things we can take steps forward in the sense that can help all the partners? So in this particular research project, we actually targeted on very different steps on how to formulate a program or how to explore and how to monitor. So we developed different templates, different questionnaire, different tools, including how do you consider private sector engagement as part of your theory of change. Because quite often we also see, right from the start, if the theory of change was not really in line with what the private sector can do or can partner, then that will actually not going to be very successful in the long term. So even just how to design the theory of change and have that lens of coming from private sector community, I think that is already a big step forward. So we have that kind of tools already developed. You can actually look at our website. There's templates and questionnaire, and we're going to have actually in the backside of the program, if you look at the fourth page, we're going to have a private sector engagement webinar to talk about all these 5 different projects on the 18th of this month. And it's free for anyone want to participate. We also will record it, so it's available in the future if you can't attend. And after that event, we actually have other events planned to really talk about how do we help the different partners to be able to go through this process. That could be USAID, the mission, or private sector themselves, or implementing partners, because that could be a program that involve all different kind of a partnership. Now, we also plan to do clinic. So we understand disseminating information is one thing, but really bring people in to say, okay, I'm in this stage right now. What can you help me with? And we can have a sort of more specific discussion on a particular case, so that we'll have open clinic, like open office hour, and to help different organizations who are interested to learn a little more and how we can help. So I think there are many different ways to engage, and this is just one way we think that could be helpful, but more happy than hear, what your thoughts or input that can make this even better. But the key thing is we really have to pay attention to the audience. Whatever research we do, the paper we wrote, at the end of the day, how will people be able to use it to change sort of way of life or way of work? And that's what we're focusing on.
So thanks. I have one more question from those of us listening online. The question is, it has been my experience in Guatemala that MOUs to bring the private sector engagement rarely have a funding mechanism in place, and USAID funded projects may find it hard to implement in the field these MOUs. How is the agency addressing these implementation challenges?
So a couple points of clarification. So generally speaking, MOUs, the agency sees them as non-legally binding. So usually when we sign an MOU with a private sector company, it's kind of a broad description of how we want to work together. It usually doesn't have any funding, with a caveat. So recently, so we have something that's called the Global Development Alliance. It's how we usually partner with the private sector because it's a little bit easier for them to be able to, all they have to do is submit a concept note and then we can start having a conversation with them. There is a requirement now with the Global Development Alliance, if we decide to fund, we do have to do an MOU. And so for that scenario, we would know how much funding. So we do put that in the MOU, but that's when we have a specific procurement relationship. I think that sometimes what's challenging is if we have, especially at the Washington level, you know, if the CEO and the USAID administrator kind of are like, we think this is great, we need to work together. But sometimes we're either not technically aligned. So I think Ewan was talking about this before, you know, when we talk about partnerships, everybody is happy to sign on to world peace, right? Or saving children or saving mothers, like no one has any objections to that. Where the objections come is when we start saying, oh, well, we're only going to work in Kenya. So that means you have to work in Kenya if we're going to partner, or we're only going to work in these districts in Kenya. And so the farther we get into the details, the more likely we could not be aligned, right? And so on world peace or ending hunger or whatever SDG you want to pick, we're all aligned, and our CEO and our administrator are all aligned. And then when you get down to talking about funding and kind of operational control is where you really start kind of like the honeymoon's kind of over. So that's where the rubber kind of meets the road. And for me, for partnerships, it's either you partner around a technical area, right? Like you're partnering in WASH in Kenya, or you are partnering in a country. And if you can't get those two things to align, it's very hard to do partnerships.
Well, on to that point too. So basically develop partnership.
Okay, great. That's good place to end the panel. Thank you. Would you please join me in thanking our panelists today?
Brent, I think.
Yeah.
Hello. Okay, we're on. All right. Hi, everyone. Time for our next panel. I know it's sort of the post-lunch slump, so if anybody needs to grab a cup of coffee, please jump up and do that. So we've had a couple changes to the lineup for this panel, so please bear with me as I introduce people, jump back and forth between my paper and my phone, where so I can get all of the bios here. So starting here to my left, We have Michael Swiker. He is the executive director and how do you say this? Keo, excuse me. I should have clarified that before I got up here. Keo School, terms teaching professor. He oversees the operations and management of the Polte Institute at the University of Notre Dame, and including strategy, staffing, academic integration, and programs. In this role, Michael provides oversight of externally funded global development research and education projects spanning 5 continents. He has overseen global development partnerships with multiple federal agencies, including USAID, U.S. Department of State, Millennium Challenge Corporation, and U.S. Department of Labor, in addition to numerous corporations and foundation partners. Michael serves as an Indiana state representative to the U.S. Global Leadership Coalition, which works to educate and engage policymakers and community leaders on why investments in development and diplomacy help keep America safe. He also serves on the steering committee for USAID's laser program, a grant partnership with universities, and has published on models of partnership between universities and NGOs. Prior to joining University of Notre Dame, Michael was a program manager at the National Center for State Courts International Division in Arlington, Virginia, where he supported the management and administration of USAID-funded rule of law projects, including the Kosovo Justice Support Program that supported the improvement of court administration, legislative drafting, and judicial training in Kosovo. Michael has worked on proposal development, response to USAID, U.S. Department of State, and United Nations Development Program requests for proposals, particularly those in Eastern Europe, West Africa, and the Middle East. And he has served as a research analyst in British Parliament and has designed and implemented several studies in conjunction with the Carter Center, CARE, and the U.S. Department of Justice. Michael holds a JD from the College of William and Mary Law School and a master's in public policy from the Thomas Jefferson School of Public Policy at the College of William and Mary. And he earned his bachelor's in political science from the University of Notre Dame. Next is Dr. Roy Maega from Makerere. Dr. Roy William Maega is a lecturer in the Department of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at Makerere University School of Public Health, as well as the Deputy Chief of Party of the Resilient Africa Network, or RAND. He holds a bachelor's degree in medicine and surgery and a master's degree in public health from Makerere University, a PhD in medical science from Karolinska Institute in Sweden. At the School of Public Health, he is involved in teaching epidemiology, research methods, disaster risk reduction, and disease control. At RAND, he leads the translation of research and innovation strategies and tools to a network of at least 26 universities across Africa, led by Makerere University. RAND's mission is to develop an evidence-based university-led framework for understanding the drivers of resilience to recurrent shocks and stresses in communities in Africa, and to harness the scholarly potential of its vast network to ideate, develop, and test innovations and build resilience of communities. RAND is also focused on supporting development research initiatives so that such research can be made available in any part of sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. Maega has over 20 years of experience in public health related work, including 7 years of work at primary care levels. Then we have Dr. Teshome Alemna. He's currently the Associate Vice President for International Research and Development and the Director of the Office of International Development at Indiana University. A Fulbright Scholar, New Century Scholar, excuse me. Teshome earned his doctorate in Earth Sciences, Soil Sciences and Land Evaluation at Ghent University in Belgium. And before joining IU in 2015, Teshome served as the Program Officer for Africa at the American Council on Education Office of Higher Education for Development. In his position, he effectively led and managed more than a dozen multi-million-dollar higher education projects in Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Liberia, Malawi, Senegal, South Africa, South Sudan, and Uganda. And from 2001 through 2005, he serves as Ethiopia's Deputy Minister of Education after leading the Department of Higher Education, Academic, and Research Affairs since 1998. Prior to working with the ministry, he held faculty positions as Associate Professor of Soil Science and Land Evaluation at Hawassa University and Ambo College of Agriculture. And Teshome is an expert in higher education development, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, with over 25 years of experience in national level policy making and leadership, teaching and research, project grants management, and international education and capacity building. He published journal articles, a book and book chapters, consultancy reports, and presentation papers on higher education issues in Africa. I'm going to go to my phone. Okay, sorry. Our next panelist is Tony Kassaman, and I'm just looking for, here we go. Professor Kassaman is a development economist whose research focuses on nutrition and food security and on the roles that respect, dehumanization, and human recognition play in public health, poverty, and conflict. Prior to joining George Washington University, he worked for the USAID. Excuse me, I should also mention Dr. Kassaman is from Catholic Relief Services, the Director of Agriculture, Water, Microfinance, and the Director of Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning at Catholic Relief Services. Prior to joining George Washington University, he worked for the USAID-funded Food and Nutrition Technical Assistance projects at the Academy for Educational Development, most recently as Deputy Director. The acronym for that is FANTA. So at FANTA and FANTA 2, Professor Kassaman provided technical assistance to USAID governments in implementing organizations to strengthen nutrition and food security policies and programs. He led a team of specialists working in 15 countries and globally in the areas of nutrition and HIV, management of acute malnutrition, and maternal and child health and nutrition. He has worked extensively with programs providing nutrition care to people living with HIV. Prior to FANTA, Professor Kassaman was director of an NGO in India, where he designed and managed a range of health, nutrition, education, and poverty alleviation projects. He also worked for the World Bank for 1 year on applications of participatory methodologies to poverty programs. Professor Kassaman has a PhD in economics from George Washington University and a BA in public policy from Stanford University. And he is fluent in Hindi. And none I need to find new ones. But we have already heard, I guess the UN introduced herself this morning, so maybe we can jump into the question. As you can tell, everybody is very qualified on this panel, and we're happy to have everybody. This is our leadership team for the consortium partners for LASER, in case that wasn't obvious, which I didn't say it. So let's get right into the questions. I have to find them. So first question: what is the value proposition of a consortium like LASER? And the partnership of academic and practitioner partners? It's a two-part question. Second part, in your opinion, what are some of the enabling or success factors of such a partnership with USAID that could make research for development activities more impactful? And I'll just give that.
Sure. So my background started my career as a practitioner implementing USAID contracts, and then for the past 12 years have been working in an academic setting at the University of Notre Dame in our Pulte Institute for Global Development. And so certainly I've seen, one, the challenges of collecting universities and research and translating it. But I've also seen the amazing, incredible benefits that can be garnered from working with higher education institutions. And so just a couple to lay out there to get us started that come to my mind. I think the first one for me is often the long-term nature of partnerships that universities have. So when universities partner, particularly with organizations that are local and organizations that are in the communities that we work with, many of those engagements are over the long term. They're not just about a 2-year grant or a 3-year grant, or maybe even a 5-year grant if we get lucky sometimes. And what that tends to do is build the necessary relationships, the time to really build the capacity that I think we all need if we want this localization strategy to work and to be effective. So I think as USAID thinks about how they want to go about localization and continue that process that which is extremely impressive, I think, in terms of the steps that they've taken, I think universities can be a big part of that future. The second area that that always comes to mind is the deep amazing expertise that you receive and as part of this network from the university faculty. And again, my experience as a practitioner, I didn't often find, in a particular subject or topic, somebody who's been working on that issue for 10, 15, 20 years and have dedicated their lives to it. And bringing that into a project can be a difference maker. It's an amazing opportunity. I think the unique skill set is how do you connect those specific skill sets on the right topics at the right time with faculty who are available at the right moments. That's really the key. And then the final one I'll just kind of lay out here is I actually think, one of the benefits that I've seen, and maybe even one that we've underutilized still a bit, is how do you bring in higher education institutions and also leverage the resources, the donor interests, the alumni, and those relationships that the universities already have. And I think we've done that to some degree. I've seen it unfold. I actually think there's much more. This landscape for universities is also changing in terms of the benefactors that are supporting universities. It's a generation that is coming that is more interested in international development, is asking more for impact, and actually wants to see, I think, in many ways, some of the exact same things that USAID does. So I think there's an opportunity for us to do more in that landscape. And I'll put just one more idea out there that I think is a tool that we don't use at all. It is actually to consider partnering with universities to invest funds, maybe even as endowment long-term funds that could actually take a program like LASER, and not only would you have the implementation of LASER, you could have these long-term programs at universities that could go on for many, many years to come. So it's something I'd invite USAID to take a look at, as actually partnering with universities to look at endowment funds. And my hope is that Congress would actually give USAID more flexibility to do some of that and be more creative. So I'll stop there and hand it over to my colleague.
Thank you. I'll build on that. Maybe just to put it in context, the issue of localization. For instance, the mission in Kenya wanted to do this study evaluating Tusome, but they needed a local researcher who can put context into the evaluation. The mission in Uganda wanted to do a very specific study on a very marginalized community, two different communities, and they needed very localized researchers who understand the local issues of those communities, something which an international researcher may not be able to appreciate. So universities provide a platform where you can easily get local researchers. They are quite distributed, even in low and middle income countries. They are credible institutions that you can approach, and you get the local researchers that you need. So it provides that context to development research that you so much need, so the localization. And these researchers are also credible in their own governments. So when it comes to the issue of translation, they can very quickly engage with the governments. They speak the language that the governments will understand. So the bit of engagement and co-creation of the research. So that is quite important. However, when we build these long-term relationships with these local institutions, there are issues that we need to understand, and one of these is capacity. As we engage, we need to build their capacity. You'll very quickly understand that there are areas where they have the capacity, like the technical expertise, but there are areas where you need to keep building the capacity. So it's not just getting the local researcher and you think that the research will sail through. You need to move together. So we've identified through LASER some areas where to increase the success, you need to inbuild the capacity as you move along. Part of this is project management. You'll find that usually there are few super credible researchers. So the researchers that you get, you need to inbuild that support. It's more of the USAID's approach to work together to co-create the research. So that has to be inbuilt. In fact, even understanding how USAID works. So the academia have their way of doing things that some of them may not understand the processes that are involved in development research. So you need to inbuild that and provide that continuous support so that deliverables are on time and deliverables speak the language that the development actors understand. So that needs to be inbuilt. The issue of continuity and sustainability, you also need to inbuild it, especially financial sustainability. So what happens after the research ends? How will these institutions go on and continue doing development research? So some of the areas we found is capacity building, in grants writing, in research proposal development, in development writing. So that has to be inbuilt into the process. The other thing that we found very quickly when LESA did an assessment of 27 universities, low-income country universities, is the issue of inclusion. So the ground is not level for different types of researchers, especially female researchers. So when you put out a call, you get a very big mismatch between the male researchers and the female researchers. Most of the responses will come from the male researchers. And this is part of the institutional problems that these LMIC institutions have. It's already skewed. Most of the researchers are male, and naturally, you'll get those responses. So you have to build capacity in order to be able to create the inclusion that you need in this kind of work. The other group is the junior faculty, the less experienced faculty. If you want them to participate, then you have to be deliberate in bringing them on board, but also building their capacity to understand development research and what it takes. And maybe very quickly, the last one that we also saw is the issue of leadership skills in development research and institutional support systems that you need to inbuild to support the development research. Some of the institutions are too bureaucratic. You may take 3 months to access the funds that you've transferred there. So you have to support them about timelines and other issues so that they are able to understand how development cycles work and be responsive to that. So I'll stop there for now and hand it over.
What am I going to say? I think Roy and Michael have covered most of the things. But I think one of the things that I want to focus on is the model itself, the consortium model, and how the whole process starts and where the end is envisaged from the very beginning. What I mean by that is, one, bringing universities and practitioners together. That's a unique proposition, I think, because universities work by their own, particularly researchers and faculty. Most of you know them. They don't necessarily collaborate, let alone with practitioners amongst themselves. It's very difficult. So bringing those two entities together from the very initiation of project ideas, development research ideas, designing the project itself, implementing it together, monitoring the progress of implementation, and making sure that results that come out of that collaborative process is disseminated for end users and hopefully applied on the ground. That's a unique feature of this consortium, this laser model. And I think that's unique. And USAID has done a very good job by going that route and selecting us to try that out. And it has worked, in my opinion. It has very, very much worked. The other thing is, this morning, Mohamed was talking about localization. Roy was talking about localization as well, and also equity and inclusion. I think the fact that the consortium was working with local developing country institutions is also another important factor, important unique
feature of this consortium that needs to be scaled up, needs to be scaled out in future collaborations, in future projects that are dealing with research and development solutions for development challenge. The other important aspect of this consortium model is also adaptability. It's adaptability to, you was talking about this earlier today, about different cultures, different backgrounds, diversity, different levels of development of institutions themselves, different capacity of researchers in the US, in Africa, or in South America or Southeast Asia. I think recognizing that difference, diversity, background, and adapting to it so that this collaboration could work is also another unique feature of this consortium model, the laser consortium model, in my opinion. I think that one of the success factors, in my opinion, is first and foremost, as far as I'm concerned, for USAID, but also other development partners, to consider universities as effective vehicles. Universities as effective vehicles to bring about change in the life of communities is one of the success factors. Because as you know, investment on higher education, investment on universities is not really as much as it should be. With the resources that universities have, with the capacities, capabilities that universities have, there is a perception that universities are doing only research for research purpose or the sake of publishing. I think this consortium has demonstrated that research for development or development research, which can be translated into actionable solutions, can be done by university collaboration. Of course, in collaboration with practitioners. I think that's one success factor in my opinion. So I hope USAID as well as other development partners will scale up investment for partnerships and collaborations with universities. Let me stop there because most of the things have been said earlier. And pass this over to Tom.
Thank you, Shomer. Yeah, I think I certainly agree with everything my colleagues have said, and maybe just to build on a couple of those last points that Shomer mentioned. To state the obvious, since the objective of the project is having effective research to address development challenges, I mean, certainly when we think about the value proposition, what you asked, Brent, there needs to be a combination of research institutions and practitioner institutions. You need the skills and the perspectives, you need that collaboration that Shomer was referring to. I mean, from our perspective as CRS, I think it's a sign of unknown that without that, it's going to be very difficult to do effective research for development. And then building on what you mentioned in terms of localization and local leadership, perhaps parallel to the collaborations and the perspectives of the consortium partners, we each also bring a set of complementary partners at the local level, at the country level. And I think from our perspective as CRS being sort of the large practitioner organization in the consortium, complementing a lot of the research institutions and the local universities that our colleagues work with, CRS, our local partners are much more local NGOs and local governments, and in some cases, local private sector, who, as I think Jerry mentioned this morning and others have mentioned, help to bring some of that practical context and help to ensure that when we're identifying research questions, when we're designing the research, and when we're carrying it out and having those interpretation and analyses, that the practicalities of what's needed in terms of implementation, in terms of policies, are represented. And in some ways, that's perhaps an even more important combination and complementarity to our complementarity as sort of as larger institutions, but seeing that happen at the local, the local level where the research is taking place and where the implementation needs to take place. I think one quick example of that, prior to the Vietnam request for applications for research activities, CRS and colleagues carried out a series of focus group discussions with local Vietnamese organizations around what's needed when we're looking at air pollution research, what's needed when we're looking at business competitiveness. And some of those local organizations that we partner with, like the Vietnam Association of Women-Owned Enterprises and Live and Learn Vietnam and the Green Innovation and Development Center, they were able to provide really important local context as to what are the challenges for these issues of air pollution and business competitiveness. And we were able to then tailor the RFAs for research around those needs. So I think when we think about the value proposition, it kind of runs from the sort of US-based or international research practitioner collaborations down to at the national level and then even at the community level, continuing those collaborations. I think, Brent, the second part of what you asked about what are some of the enabling factors or the success factors that would help make this work more impactful. I think just reflecting on some of the things that have been shared this morning around the importance of research translation, what Tashoma just mentioned about research translation being considered and taking place at all sort of parts of that research cycle, at the time of identifying the research questions, at the time of designing the research, at carrying out the research, collecting the data, then, and I think it was maybe Jerry this morning who mentioned having practitioners part of that interpretation and analysis helps to ensure that then it's applied. If you have those people who are the nutrition government people in Laos involved in the research, then they're much more likely to be able to translate it. And this embedded research translation model that Laser developed, one of the boards over there and that others were referring to, is an iterative co-design process to try to ensure that research translation is considered throughout the process. And I think one area that maybe there's some scope for improvement when we think about that is just recognizing the time that's needed for that to really be done with integrity. And I think especially at the beginning, because oftentimes, and I know you mentioned this in the last session about the importance of time, oftentimes, and especially with buy-ins where there is a compressed time, there's sometimes, whether it's for financial reasons or program reasons, there's a need to really get started very quickly and on time. And when that timeline is not long enough, we sometimes are not able to really have that co-creation, co-design process to really authentically bring in local implementers and local government partners. And that may help the research and the activity end on time. But if we're really concerned about the translation and about the application, then oftentimes something is lost if we don't go through that authentic embedded research translation process. One quick example of that is actually an example that I think Dr. Abdel-Kader mentioned this morning, the project in Northern Iraq on supporting traditional cultural practices in Northern Iraq. The team there was able to take the time to bring in a larger set of stakeholders, to have a translation workshop, and to work with them before the research even started. And that was a time-intensive process that took additional time. But as a result of that, now that we're in the dissemination stage, there's much more buy-in and a larger set of stakeholders who are able to really sort of take the research that was the results of what the research found and begin to apply it in what's a very challenging environment. So I would say in terms of as we think about how we can improve and how we can be more impactful, recognizing that need for that full research translation process and the time, especially at the beginning, that's often needed.
Actually, I think everything has been said is very valuable, and I would just reiterate the things we found in private sector engagement I talked about earlier apply almost the same, because we're talking about cross-sector partnership. So university, NGOs, private sector, USAID, government entity from the local country, all of them are going to be cross-sector partnership. And so there's a lot of common theme. Also the learning we come from really understanding they are exploration based that need to happen to form the relationship. Then we can have formulation to have the plan and what is the program, and then execution. But we always have to think about this process as an iterative process. It never stops just because we're in the implementation phase. I don't know how many times I've called those people sitting here asking for advice because we can't do this alone. And we all have our way of working. But when we have a challenge, I need to have all the inputs, all the different best practices from different sectors to understand how other people solve this problem. What can we learn from that? And from there, how do we adapt? How do we change so we can actually operationalize that particular innovation? So I don't know how many times I pivot, and Brent is with us right from the beginning of Laser. So he knew that Laser have gone through, I was a revolution several times to get to where we are now. And, you know, it's not an easy process. And as what Tony just mentioned, this initial building the trust to have team together is crucial, but it's not directly related to deliverables. It's not directly related to activity or milestone. So this is where I think we need to rethink what will be most beneficial to be efficient overall in terms of the entire project period, as well as implementation and the programming side. What will be more efficient if we actually put in a little bit more resource and time and recognize it does take time and investment to do this kind of work, so that later on, we will be able to be resilient of facing all the challenges and changes throughout the implementation, because we all know how difficult those programs are, and there are so many chaos, uncertainty, things that are throwing at us. We went through COVID. There are a lot of projects we have conflicts. So there are things that is out of our control. But if we have trust and have great partnership, we will be able to go through it and find solution together. So I'll say this is a program that's impossible without all the expertise sitting here and more, because we're tapping to the organization, not just individual here. So, you know, many times I'll go to Tony and say, well, CRS have done this. How do you do it? And what are the best practice? And how do we learn from that? So there are many things. And Michael is very, actually, he has basically established the entire program in the university. I really envy, right? So he actually find the financial model, on the business model, how do you fund this type of work? So it's continual partnership rather than one-off program. And Dr. Roy, very long-term partners. I have kind of a long-term relationship with different organizations way before Laser. So this is how things can evolve and can work through a very difficult time. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we don't just focusing on deliverables, sometimes, you know, activity, but really putting the investment and time on building relationship.
Okay, good. This is working. We'll go in the reverse order this time. I think we have about 10 minutes left, so time for another question. And this is sort of following on from what UN was just talking about with regards to partnerships and sustainability. And I wonder, based on your Laser Pulse experience, what do you think are some of the most important things that should be considered for building strong and sustainable partnerships with both lower and middle income country researchers, but also institutions in general, practitioners and academic institutions?
I'll keep it short because I know the panel has a lot more to talk about. I would just say, recognize higher education institution is a place that you will have better chance for sustainability and localization, as well as workforce development. We educate next generation, all the professionals and all the future leaders. So if you think about what we can do to embrace that and learn from all the project experiences and also the engagement with different organizations, this will enhance how we educate for the next generation. And I would say that probably something I want to add on as the benefit of continued partnership. And again, I don't want to count how many partnerships. I'm more thinking about how many future partnerships we're going to have, not just in this room, but also everywhere.
I think I would mention something that Michael mentioned a few minutes ago, which is just the importance of long-term partnerships. I think when we think about sustainable partnerships, when we think about what you mentioned, Dr. Roy, on capacity strengthening, having a one-off collaboration on a research project is good, but it's very limited in terms of the sustainability and the capacity strengthening. CRS outside of this work, I mean, we do a lot of work with local partners and local leadership and capacity strengthening. And we find that just collaborating on implementation of a project is very limited. And we try as much as possible to have longer term relationships with partners to ensure the sustainability and the partnership, and also really helping to foster that local leadership and local groups taking the lead on a lot of activities. So I think in the context of your question, Brent, thinking about how we can encourage and promote longer term partnerships among members of the network that Pallavi shared and among some of the local institutions who we work with. As part of LASER, we've been having learning sessions with about 25 of the research projects on their research translation and embedded research translation experience. And this has come out of those discussions as well. And one USAID buy-in team said that they felt even more than the research results, the institutional relationships that have been built was the most valuable outcome. And they were planning on their own to continue that. They were looking at the university bringing faculty and students to the practitioner institution, jointly fundraising for some new projects, and looking at some collaborative work around some publications as well. And that's fantastic. I think that's what we want to see coming out of LASER. And we may want to think about if there are more deliberate ways that we can encourage and foster those sorts of long-term relationships. So that would be one factor.
Thank you. I want to focus on two things. One, in terms of sustainability of partnerships. One is, I think in this type of programs or projects going forward, I would like to see as a requirement to focus on the next generation of researchers and leaders. Too often, most of the beneficiaries and most of the partners, be it mostly in LMIC countries, they are, I'm sorry to say, but older, more seasoned, more renowned researchers and faculty. And there is little in terms of succession plan in this institute. So in order to make things sustainable, I think one of the focus should be to have a succession plan, but also deliberately developing the capacity and engagement of young faculty, young researchers, women in research activities and even in leadership positions. That's one thing I want to say. The second point is in terms of higher education institutions, we tend to focus again on well-known, well-connected institutions. And there are many institutions that are forgotten. Whereas those institutions in many other countries are the ones that are maybe the source of the researchers, the source of adaptation of research or adaptation of innovation. So I think diversifying grant making to new institutions, younger institutions as well, might be another important aspect for sustainability of partnership. So partnering Indiana University, Notre Dame, Purdue, with Makerere is good, but also including other institutions so that the impact could be far-reaching is important in my opinion.
So I'll build on Tishome's by noting that the more local you go, the more capacity gaps that you find. I think to build the long-term partnerships, you have to leverage the strength of that institution in getting you local, but in the same space, you fix the capacity gaps as you go along. So leverage what you can get, the contextualization taking you to the local communities, but in the process, as you identify the capacity gaps, try and fill some of those. The issues of project management support, the issues of inclusion. So these are inbuilt in the process so that these institutions learn as they go. The issues of sustainability and building capacity in that place. So you build them as you move so that the more local institutions can also get the capacity to be more confident in doing the development research and being in that space. That's what I would add. And there's the issue of also reciprocal learning. There are certain things you learn from these institutions, like how do they engage the local communities? So there's also that opportunity to do some reciprocal learning and reverse innovation in some areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. I think in a lot of ways, we actually need to think about some new mechanisms to resource our local partners. And I'll tell you this, just coming from a great experience in, I taught one of the sessions through Laser on business development, proposal development, and grant writing. And it was actually the most, I think, one of the most requested topics that any of our partners around the world wanted to hear about, right? So there is an entrepreneurship, an interest, a real desire to write grant proposals and bring in grant funding and create what I think many of us want are sustainable local organizations. I think though the underlying challenge with that model is, yes, that's one piece of it. There's another part that needs to be done, and that's actually helping local organizations build out some longer term infrastructure. I think that's actually what's missing, because in so many scenarios, what we'll have is local organizations maybe winning a grant, building up, really extending their capacity, and to be honest, potentially extending that capacity out further than it can go because they don't have the necessary resources to build a backbone and infrastructure to maybe transition in between grants, or maybe prepare to bring in and work with USAID on that next opportunity. So that's what worries me, is how do we figure out and solve that? Because otherwise it's going to be this sort of reoccurring process of requests from US universities like ours to local partners, and maybe ramping up to implement a project, but leading to the overextension of that, and then a cycle again. So I think that's something I'd love to think about, and maybe that could be in partnership with USAID, US universities long-term on helping to build some of those resources.
Great, thank you so much. So really great insights. I know that we are almost at time, but does anybody have a sort of a question we could get maybe a quick response to, if anybody had something pressing that they wanted to ask? Or online lobby?
You see multiple products now that have got choosing to do this. What are some of the sustainability strategies that we have seen in these programs for a while?
So the question was, we have about a decade of this type of programming under our belt in our office. And now that we do have a little bit of time to reflect on some of that, what are some of the approaches that have led to sustainability in those programs? Good question. As you know, with a lot of these programs, 10 years isn't even necessarily that enough of a rear view. But I think the projects that have really been successful are the ones where they sort of integrated with their school. So the HESN 1.0 in research and innovation labs were centers of excellence, and They were at, well, RAN is one of our shining stars from that particular program. And as we heard, they were able to really integrate with Makerere and also with the Ugandan government in terms of how they operated. And I think that is one thing that made that program really successful, and some of the other innovation labs. MIT, Mohamed mentioned DIL, the Development Innovation Lab at Berkeley. These are programs that did a good job of integrating into their schools, pulling students from their enrollments that were interested in working on projects related to international development and innovation in these areas. And so I think that actually helped to get a lot of buy-in from university leadership in order to really sustain those programs and make sure they had the resources and funding that were needed to continue the work that they were doing. So, and I know that Laser is also trying to do something similar with Perry GDI. And John maybe could speak more about that if anybody wants to hear more about it. But that's, I'll stop there. And can everybody help me in thanking our panelists? This is great. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. We'll just have a quick break between now and 2:45, I think is right. Yeah. And we'll come right back. There's coffee and some remaining dessert. Thank you for your attention and see you in about 15 to 20 minutes.
It's fun. That's why.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. I know it's late in the afternoon, but we want to continue with the next panel and ask you all to sit down. I've learned from Jerry that you just tell people to sit down and then I have to whisper. I whisper the exam questions. So if I can invite the panel up that is going to be talking about laser engagement with minority serving institutions. Free to sit anywhere that you're comfortable. I'll just ask them. Yeah, perfect. So now this is the panel that will be talking about laser and its role in interaction with minority serving institutions. I think that's going to be an incredibly interesting and I think a very important topic for us to talk about. And leading the conversation today will be Corey Wilson, who's the program analyst for the Research Division of Innovation, Technology, and Research Hub, the Bureau of Development, Democracy, and Innovation at USAID. And I'll pass this on to you, Corey. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So glad you're here. Hope you're staying warm and have acclimated to the lovely temperature in this room. For those of you online, it is freezing here. I'm Corey Wilson, and I have the pleasure today to lead the last panel. We save the best for last, where we'll be talking about lasers engagement with minority serving institutions. So I have the pleasure to introduce you to our panel. First and foremost is, we're sitting in different spots. So is Mohamed Abdel-Kader. He's the Vice President of Research and Economic Development from Alabama Agriculture and Mechanical University. Then we have Dana Azuma. She is the Minority Serving Institutions Coordinator at USAID. The MSI coordinator sits within the USAID's Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Office. Then we have Ms. Eureka Huggins-Axum, who's the director of the USAID Donald M. Payne Fellowship Program at Howard University. She has over 25 years of wonderful experience, but I think one of the greatest things is that she has several community service awards, including the National Award of Excellence in Programming for the National Council for International Visitors. And last but not least, we have Professor Godfrey Ajimakor, who's online. He's the Professor of Applied Economics, Department of Agribusiness, Applied Economics and Agri-Science Education for North Carolina Agriculture Technology State University. Both Majed and Professor Godfrey have laser-funded USAID projects that work in both Zambia and Rwanda, looking at very unique things, which they will discuss a little bit more about when we have our questions. So first and foremost, I'm going to ask my first question to Dana. Dana, how would you describe your engagement with Laser Pulse? Also, could you please provide a quick definition of MSI for our audience?
Sure. First of all, thank you everyone for having me here. I was really honored to be invited to this panel. And I'd love to echo a lot of sentiments really that I've already heard about how wonderful it has been to work with Laser Pulse. some of the things that people I think have already said, but I would just like to, kind of foot stomp those, is that they have been very organized. They are very organized. They're very diligent. They make sure that they are including all of the relevant stakeholders. And that's not an easy job, as we heard earlier, when you're reaching out to all of these different people with different expertise. They reached out to me for their minority serving institutions request for application, RFA, and came to me. They were open to suggestions on the process, on the RFA. They showed me the RFA several times, and wanted to make sure that they got the definitions correct, the information accurate, and included everyone that should be included. And that was so important to the success of any kind of application or project. So, and that leads me to the definition of minority serving institutions. For people who are not aware, a lot of people know HBCUs, and they are considered in the Department of Education. They're considered a minority serving institution in that category, even though they don't really like that category. They kind of have their own, set group. So they're a part, but yet they're also considered a part of that for awards. So the Department of Education defines the different categories of minority serving institutions. Like I said, a lot of people know HBCUs, but there are actually 8 categories of MSIs, and that includes Hispanic serving institutions, Asia Pacific Islander, predominantly Black institutions, which are institutions that used to be predominantly white, but over time, because their student body changed so much, they could qualify as predominantly Black, but they're not HBCUs. So we have the different categories, and we have over 800 MSIs. They are institutions of higher education. So, for instance, they're not, elementary or primary schools. They do have to be higher education. So they're a subcategory of the higher ed institutions.
Thanks, Dana. So Dana mentioned that LASER released a research for application call, targeting specifically working and engaging with minority serving institution organizations and universities. And so Majed has one where he received LASER funds and supports the overall goal of his research is to identify the key constraints associated with post-production quality and safety issues of the milk value chain in Rwanda. So Majed, we want to learn more about your experience with engaging with Laser Pulse through this MSI concept notes and your research. Comparing this experience with other such engagements, what was different in your engagement with Laser?
Very good question. So again, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. So let me start by really thanking everyone who is who basically organized this this session or this event, and also the audience. So I got to learn also from interacting with you about what is laser and laser pulse and how valuable it is. And it is valuable for us. But I need just to take you back a little bit. So Mohamed has mentioned earlier, about land-grant university. I'm a product of the land-grant university. From all my degrees are from a land-grant university, University of Missouri. And then I worked for 14 years at an HBCU 1890 land-grant university. And just last August, I had the pleasure to move to another 1890 land-grant university. It's an HBCU, that's University of Alabama A&M. And we bring a lot of value in terms as a land-grant university. So I heard, our guest earlier talking about 2 value propositions that's been exchanged, education and research. But I want to bring also and shed light on extension. Extension is a valuable asset when it comes to the implementation, when we talk about implementing research. So again, as a researcher, which basically far away from serving communities, so in biomedical engineering and specifically in nanotechnology. So when I came to this role and I started and I worked as an administrator for research and extension, I started to see why implementation of knowledge is extremely important, why extension is extremely important. So just to get back to your question and how it came about. So again, as a vice president of research, so I had few of my faculty come to me and they asked me a question about travel to Rwanda. And it was not related to the project, but they want to, make sure that the university has a policy established for traveling internationally to places where credit cards are not used. So I said, okay, well, let me work on this issue. But then I started to ask them, so what is the project? And they told me about the project. It's a Nobel project. And they, in short story, so they told me that, it's, so we're working on milk production, working with farmers there. And we got to work with the farmers to the extent that the farmers become very efficient in milk production, so that the processing facilities could not take the milk that the farmers are producing because they have so much production that the milk starts to spoil. So, and this is when they applied for this project, basically to establish some guideline about how to save that milk and introduce food safety, so measures to milk production. So, and I saw that is the perfect alignment with what I want to introduce at the university as far as establishing international hub in Africa. So really, Laser Pulse has given us the seed fund to establish one of the major initiatives at our university. So, so this is how we came about and how Laser Pulse has really initiated a major initiative for our university as establishing an international hub in Africa. And now I will mention later on where we at with that hub.
Great, thank you so much, Majid. Okay, I'm going to ask our question again online to our panelist, Gafi Ajmakor. Gafi also received the laser funding for his project in Zambia that's looking at food security status by improving the productivity of maize farmers in Zambia. So Godfrey, similarly, what has your experience been with engaging with Laser Pulse? Comparing this experience with other such engagements, what was different in your engagement with Laser? Oh, Godfrey, hold on one second. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Corey. Hello, everyone. This has been a very, very valuable experience for me. When we tried to respond to the RFA, we found out that we were supposed to undergo training, embedded research training. And that was very valuable because you start with a broad theme and then you narrow it down to a researchable topic. That was very, very valuable to myself and my collaborators. My collaborator is a private sector entity out of Florida called Salvation Farming Solutions. I must add, this is the first time that I get to work with a for-profit entity in terms of research. And actually, they provide one of the employees, Brian Etienne, who is really providing the boots on the ground that we have in Zambia. That has been very valuable. The other aspect of it is the gender training. Part of the RFA, we were required to undergo gender training. And, we came with a certificate after the training, but that kind of forces you to think about gender inclusiveness proactively instead of reactively, kind of forces you to include the concept and make sure that our project is inclusive right from the planning stage instead of doing implementation. Right now, we are collaborating with an entity in Zambia our Zambia Agricultural Research Institute, which is also very good, excellent networking for us. And we plan on putting that to very good use subsequently. We also have Policy Monitoring Research Center, which is another Zambian government entity. The other experience that I need to point out is we had to do some special documentation when it comes to related to the proposal, and that had to do with the environment and all of that. For some of us, that's kind of new, especially working alone in my entity. That's kind of new and probably required more time than I budgeted for. In comparison to other projects, this is a little bit different because of the reporting requirements. I think we have to report on the deliverables on a monthly basis. And that includes a meeting that we have to have with Laser Pulse the first week of every month. We'll probably have one coming up Friday this week. The other one are the partnerships that we have been able to cultivate. In addition to the Zambian entities, we are able to work with the Catholic Relief Services in Zambia. That is new for us. And actually, they did introduce us to a lot of their farmers that they are working with. So we get to work with those entities.
Godfrey, we can't hear you. I think you muted yourself by accident.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes. Did you hear all of the things that I said?
Yeah, I think we heard the majority of it.
Okay. Yeah. The last one I said was the responsiveness that I get from Laser Pulse when I have a question or when I need something to figure out something about the project. I've found that the staff has been very, very responsive and very helpful.
Okay, great, thank you. So we had the opportunity to hear from Dana in terms of her involvement with the laser RFI, MSI RFA. We had a chance to hear from Majid and Godfrey in terms of their experience as the researchers who receive laser funding through the Concept No Call. Now I want to ask Eureka to learn more about the Pain Fellowship. So could you tell us a little bit more about the Pain Fellowship, and can you share how your experience has been working with USAID through the Pain Fellowship?
Thank you so much. And thank you for organizing the conference, you and your colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're warming up. So thank you for your question. The Donald Payne International Development Fellowship Program is a graduate fellowship program. It is named in honor of the late Congressman Donald Payne, who was the first African-American congressman from the state of New Jersey. It is sponsored by the U.S. Agency for International Development and managed by us here at Howard University. The Payne Fellowship is a unique pathway to the USAID Foreign Service. It provides funding for up to 2 years of graduate school. It provides stipend. It provides 2 special 10-week placements in the summer, one on Capitol Hill and another at a USAID mission overseas. The program really seeks to encourage outstanding individuals who have been historically underrepresented at the USAID Foreign Service. And what is really special about the Payne Fellowship Program, I would say, is that it allows individuals who have a passion for issues that impact them in their local community or nationally, and really take that for community service at on a global scale to make those impacts. So it allows those individuals to attend graduate school, get a master's degree in one of those areas that they're passionate about, whether it's climate change, health, education, crisis stabilization, conflict, humanitarian assistance, and then use that passion to become a USAID Foreign Service officer. So once you have completed the 2 years of grad school and of course meeting some other requirements, you are onboarded to the USAID Foreign Service in one of those backstops or those career paths as it's often referred to. And we celebrated our 10th anniversary last year. The program has doubled now, so we're now awarding 30 fellowships per year. What's also special is that through our cooperative agreement, we have a strong partnership with USAID, and we work very closely with our colleagues in Human Capital Talent Management, HCTM, as you know them. We work very closely with them on the administration of the program, but also for the growth of the fellows who come through the Payne Fellowship Program. We're very fortunate and we appreciate the support that we receive from the administrator, Samantha Power, her support for the Payne Fellowship and also for the growth of the program. What's also special for us too is that we also get to work closely with the Payne Fellows once they have onboarded the USAID as Foreign Service officers. So they come back, they reach back to support the Payne Fellows who are coming through the pipeline. They're always there supporting efforts where they're talking on panel discussions or helping us in many different ways through their unique service as Foreign Service officers for USAID. So we really, it's a strong program. And again, it provides up to $104,000 a year, not a year, for 2 years of graduate school. So, we look forward to answering any of your questions, of course.
Okay, wonderful. We have a very diverse panel here, so I'm really glad that you all are here today. All right, so the second round of questions. So Majid, we learned a little bit about the milk production in Rwanda and what your research team is doing to help preserve some of the surplus of milk. So we want to know, what are your future plans for the sustainability of your research work? What kind of impact do you hope to achieve?
Very good question. So, and sustainability is one of the things that I always have my eye on. So, and I'm happy to share with you, just last week, we received 300,000 to inject in what we have launched again in Rwanda. So this is another grant so that my team has secured again to sustain the work that we're doing and expand on what we are doing. So our objective is to take again our students to experience. I heard earlier from one of the audience about the student experience, which is very important for us. We want our students to go to the community there and learn about the community and come back with excellent experience. So sustainability, it's one of my focus. And as I'm talking to our team of faculty, so we can go out and look for funding to fuel what we started again by the fund that we received, from Laser Plus, or Laser Pulse. So we are keeping on pushing, and this is one of the reasons why I'm here in person, is again to network with some of the audience. And I got to learn again from some of the audience about the contracting services they offer in those different countries. Again, through USAID. So I'm excited and I'm optimistic about the growth of our program. And I'll again remind myself and everyone that it started again with the seed fund that we received from Laser Pulse.
Thank you, Majid. Okay, back to Godfrey online. Godfrey, we learned a little bit about what you're doing with food insecurity in Zambia through your unique farming, salvation farming solutions.
So similarly, what is the future of your work? What are some specific dissemination and or uptake strategies that you have planned for the research products? And
Oh,
please
yeah.
unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me again? Okay, great. In working with our collaborators, we found out that for the product that we are trying out to be adopted nationwide in Zambia, we have to provide data for 3 years. But what we do have is a 1-year project. So we have had some discussions, and one of the things that we want to do is to take the data that we generate this year and use it to submit a proposal to the Development Innovation Ventures grant, so that will help us to work with farmers directly for 2 years and help us to generate additional data. In addition to that, I've had discussions with the private sector collaborator, and I think the product will provide a very good way for many farmers in this country to transition from conventional to organic farming. Because as you guys know, in order to be considered organic, you have to leave the farm fallow for 3 years so that you can detox it. And that's kind of a disincentive for many farmers to go from conventional to organic farming. So if farmers really want to receive that premium associated with organic farm, they have to pay a price upfront. So we think that the product we have, which is non-chemical based, will help to provide that transition. In other words, the farm could still be kept productive during the 3-year period, after which whatever comes from there can be called organic. We plan on submitting a proposal to USDA for that one. Actually, we're going to submit that proposal by the end of August of this year. In terms of dissemination, some of our initial results we have used to submit an abstract to the American Horticultural Society. It's going to be a meeting this summer, so we are going to be making a presentation there. In addition to that, one of the deliverables that we promise is that we're going to get at least one publication in a professional journal. Hopefully we'll be able to do more than one, but I think we plan on doing at least one. So we really have a very, very robust plan for dissemination.
Great. Looking forward to seeing some of those hopefully out on the streets. Okay. All right, great. So we heard from Ajay and we heard from Godfrey. So I'm going to shift gears again and go back to Eureka. Could you share some of the successes of the Pain Fellowship? Maybe with an example of what Pain Fellows have done specifically at USAID.
How much time do we have? Listen, I am so proud of the Pain Fellows. I really am. They are doing some amazing things. You know, whether they're working as natural resource officers or education officers, health officers, they work in crisis stabilization and governance all around the world, wherever there are USAID missions overseas, wherever they are placed. We are very proud, especially of Naisha Herbert. She graduated from Howard University. She was a 2015 Pain Fellow. And of course, the Pain Fellows can go to any university, US university. But she graduated from Howard University. She went on to become a Pain Fellow. And right now she is serving as a deputy assistant director at the USAID mission in Somalia. She's the deputy assistant director in the program office, where she actually leads the development of new projects. She monitors and evaluates existing projects. And she's also leading the country's climate change strategy. So, you know, we're very proud of the fact that she has grown tremendously. We have another fellow Again, Stephanie Earlrick, very proud of her. She was a 2017 Payne Fellow. She is currently she's working on a project in Syria. She's managing that project as a food security officer. And she's working with farmers in Syria to help them with the potential food crisis as a result of climate change. And so they're doing some really important work. Many of them are working as program officers. They're working as crisis stabilization and governance officers. And Stephanie, she is working in Syria, but she will be welcoming one of our 2022 Payne Fellows who is going to Turkey as a humanitarian officer. That's his interest. And they're going to be supporting the citizens of Syria as a result of the recent earthquake. And many others. Last year, one of our Payne Fellows, 2021 Payne Fellows, he spent his 10 weeks in Egypt, and he was welcomed by a former Payne Fellow and alum who is a Foreign Service officer, and they worked on a project together on a water project as environmental officers. So, I mean, they are just really doing some amazing work. And the beautiful thing, again, about the Payne Fellows is that we have a legacy of giving back. So they are always looking to help those coming along behind them, because this is how we keep the legacy of Congressman Payne alive. So thank you.
Thank you, Eureka. That sounds wonderful. All right, the last question for Dana. Can you share the future steps that USAID is considering towards strengthening its partnerships with minority serving institutions? Any opportunities that our MSI colleagues could learn about or should know about? Sure, thank you. And thank you everyone for still being here and being awake and not freezing too much. So the last question here, basically what I would like to first clarify is that USAID has been working with minority serving institutions since its inception. Really, we started with HBCUs and working with land grant institutions. And a lot of people don't realize how long that history has been because it's not always visible and it's not always highlighted. But over the years, obviously, it has waxed and waned the interest. However, recently, this position, the Minority Serving Institutions Coordinator position, was elevated to the Office of DEIA, as noted earlier, which is in the Administrator's Office. And so with that elevation, we've really been able to get more visibility on our work with minority serving institutions and encourage the agents throughout the agency to work with MSIs. What I wanted to say also was that we look at working with MSIs through basically 3 areas. We look to them as thought leaders. So in that they can weigh in on our policies, they can help design our programs or have input to our programming. We look to them as implementing partners, where they are receiving awards, USAID awards. Either they're the prime recipient, or they may receive a sub-prime recipient like Howard for the Payne Fellowship, or they may receive a sub-award through one of our prime partners. And we look to them as kind of a pipeline of talent for us, so that we're working with human capital talent management, as Eureka does, and looking to them to help diversify our own staff at USAID. So right now, basically, we're looking at all those 3 areas and how we can learn more about MSIs, do further outreach to MSIs, and then also look internally at our policies and solicitation processes to make sure that we are accessible to MSIs and so that they know about us and know how to work with us. Some of the things that are coming up now are we have an MSI roadshow, which our counselor put into motion a little while ago. And through we call it a roadshow, where we're going out to the different minority serving institutions, universities, and spending like half a day there, maybe even a full day, meeting with the faculty, doing a model USAID, doing different activities, letting the faculty and the students and the administration know about us and building our relationships with them. We have just started a speaker series. So it's kind of, we don't even have a name for it yet, really. So this is how new it is, but it's kind of like a tailored speaker series where the universities can request us to work with them and kind of work with us kind of in a co-creation process where just whatever they think would be best maybe for their classroom or a certain group of students, maybe a leadership program or something like that, where we can have speakers come in. It can be on any sector like we were talking about before. We work in every sector. So it could be, for instance, we did something on, I think, digital currency for a business class, do things on forced child begging, things like that. So we bring in our experts either virtually or in person to do these. And we would like to do those probably a couple times a month when universities are in session. We are increasing our partnerships also through our memorandums of understanding, which some of you may have heard about because they are usually we have a public announcement after each signing. That's our MSI partnership initiative. And we have 6 right now MOUs with MSIs. And those again go through kind of a co-creation process where they're partnering with a particular, what we call operating unit. Could be a mission office or, a field office or a mission in the field, or could be with one of our bureaus or one of our offices. And they're partnering with the minority serving institution, looking at how they can build a stronger relationship and partner in a way that is beneficial to both all parties. We were looking to increase those partnerships this year, probably add on about 2 to 3. We just actually had a signing with Fayetteville State University, and we're looking to probably do about 2 to 3 more this year. Looking at adapting our policy, like I said earlier, and we just had somewhat of a win where we are highlighting that you can restrict eligibility when it makes programmatic sense, just like they did with the MSI RFA, where we can put a solicitation out when we have a justification for it to say that this is for, being targeted to minority serving institutions. We're looking at increasing internships and faculty fellowships. That's kind of in the works too now, just kind of the beginning stages, but we're looking at where we would get the funding for that. Sorry, I know this is taking too long. I'll try not to do a couple more things. It's just that we are looking at private sector engagement also, along with the MSIs, as we heard before about the private sector engagement. We have been having conferences for Hispanic serving institutions, HBCUs, and Asia Pacific Islander, and then also the tribal colleges and universities. And with those, we include sometimes the private sector or implementing partners and networking sessions. And we have a case competition. The last thing I'm going to say, we have a case competition that we're going to be growing. And we've been doing these on the sides of the conferences so far, but we would like to expand that. We have partnered with PepsiCo Foundation, where we provided $30,000 in awards. So the first team, the #1 team who gave the best presentation for a solution to a real development problem got $15,000. The second team got $10,000 and the third team got $5,000. And this money was just given to use on anything they would like to use. So it was a wonderful competition, and we would like to expand that outside of even in the conferences. So, sorry.
Yeah, thank you for sharing some of the ways in which USA is looking towards increasing and engaging with MSIs. We have a few minutes for Q&A, so I want to make sure that we have time for people online as well as the audience to see if you have any specific questions for Eureka, Dana, Majed, and Godfrey. So I will open the floor to any questions.
Dana probably answered all of my questions. The Payne Scholarship, when is the next round to apply for that?
The application cycle usually runs from around the end of July until the first week of November.
Okay, because I've
Yeah.
worked with a lot of young people. I also have a niece that just graduated from Spelman, who I think,
I'm sorry, didn't
a niece who graduated from Spelman, who's in public policy,
okay.
speaks multiple languages. So I told her,
We
and
welcome her application.
I'm a proud grad of HBC, BSU, Bowie State University,
All right,
and also Florida A&M University.
great.
So, but also you're doing a lot of outreach, and I saw Administrator Powers was spoke at Tennessee State for that event. I was telling Dana, and this was a very long time ago when I was in high school. I wanted to work at USAID. And none of my friends or anybody knew what USAID was. I just remember reading about it in Time magazine. And I still find that today when I talk to young people, they don't know what USAID is. So have you ever thought of reaching down to that junior, senior high school level to inform those kids of what international development can be for them?
Yes, we are. That's on my list too. In my book, but yes, we are actually working on that too, going into the high schools. And so the tricky part about that we have to look at is obviously they're not ready yet for employment with USAID, right? So it's more of just a, hey, this is what we're about. Maybe do also a model USAID to get them excited about it. One thing that we've heard from students, and I kind of realized this when I look back to when I was younger, but when they hear like government work, they're kind of like falling asleep, like, oh, that sounds so boring. They're not looking necessarily for a government internship or, a government job. And now I can think, my dad worked for the government, so I kind of thought that way too. And so, but when they do hear about USAID and they usually don't know about us, like you said, they do get excited because we talk about, the different languages, the different cultures, the travel, and all of that. And so, so that's one of the challenges that we're having is that we do need to go out to them because they're not going to not necessarily come to us.
And I'll just add to that. Like when we do outreach, one of the first things that I ask if we go into a classroom is, what are the things that you're concerned about? What are you passionate about? Are you concerned about the environment? Are you concerned about the health issues in your community? And then ask them, well, how would you like to at least take that passion that you have and the commitment and the service that you're doing in your community and take it to a global level? Because we kind of help them make the connection that, very recently, COVID just shut the whole world down, right? There are no borders. All of us were impacted. And so see yourself on that global level and take it to that global level. Because you're right, many people are not aware of USAID. They often think of State Department as a way to go into the Foreign Service. But, when you talk about these backstops that you're familiar with, these various areas, it gets them excited.
I can tell you that we are taking 3 students and they will be leaving after finals to Rwanda. So we're going into the implementation because we know the importance of the students being in that setting and to see how they can serve the community. So we are in that implementation stage.
Oh, great. We have one online question.
So I'll take that and we'll invite Brenda. We'll come back. A project which is ending and found more areas for further research, and the research team is eagerly interested to design and implement a research to establish evidence for new areas. How does USAID support that?
Can I see the question? Okay, so for a project which is ending
how does USA support a research team that's eagerly interested and continue to establish the research? I think there's ways to do it beyond just funding. And so at USA and in a lot of institutions, we're conveners. So ideally try to convene with other individuals, with networks, trying to figure out ways to provide support beyond funding in terms of engaging with the local governments and the local institutions and local partners, helping them direct them to other research funding opportunities that may be coming out the street through different funders or through different operating units. Figuring out ways to support their dissemination and the communication of it so that they can advocate in other streams. But I think a lot of it is that ongoing meaningful partnership and ensuring that that we're really providing the ecosystem to promote work and to do work beyond just money and beyond the cooperative agreement or the scope of work.
Okay, so my question's for you, Majed, and also I want to highlight Claire Green and Matthew. Can you wave to the crowd, please? Yes. So I think there is a success that we are seeing in these two projects. So Claire Green and Matthew work with Adam, who's the PI, Adam Brown, and they're working in mental health for Venezuelan refugees. I'm shortening it a lot. And Majid, your work, as you described, I think there's a success story that there's common success stories in both the project in terms of sustainability, right? So y'all are thinking about creating a center in Rwanda to continue the research in milk production that was supported by us, by USAID. And y'all are thinking about creating a center in Colombia to partner with HIAS to continue the research that you've done. Not only that, what I understand is you're also working with an insurance company here to make the support as part of the insurance. So this is clearly talking about sustainability. So I'll ask you one question first, and please provide your input as well. What are the two biggest bottleneck you have faced in an academic institution to create such a center, and you to do the same? So please, Majed, thank you.
So you said the obstacle, bottleneck. Bottleneck number one is funding. This is number one. But number two, also to have the team who is willing to go through it. And the team that we have, I can tell you, the reward that they have, that they're getting from going there is their passion. This is their reward. This is their passion. They're going there for their passion because they saw the need and they saw the implementation of their knowledge that can transfer from the lab to the community. So, so funding is a bottleneck for us, but I think we are on our way to resolve it. Again, this forum, this event is one of the solutions because I get to again talk to many partners. Laser Pulse has 3,000 plus in that network. So this is something that it will help us again with the funding to sustain what we are doing. So, so I feel that again with the partnership that we have and the collaboration, I think we can solve it.
Yeah, I just want to add something in terms of bottlenecks and challenges we have in these type of implementations. It's also related with how to engage local authorities in these type of initiatives. Because at the end, I'm just talking as a humanitarian organization or an NGO, we have a start date and we have an end date in some locations, right? So to engage local authorities is a challenge, it's a bottleneck. But once you have these, it is important not to just to link this to HIAS, but it's also linked to the community leaders. Because at the end, they will be the ones who will keep moving forward these type of initiatives at the community. For example, this year, we will have a local elections in Colombia for every single municipality. And the last 4 years, we have been working with the current authorities, and in October, we will have new ones. It means that it doesn't matter if we are changing authorities or mayors or, it is extremely important to keep working with the communities because they will be the ones who will be leading the process afterwards.
Great. All right. I want to thank our panelists for the time and preparation for this event today, as well as being here and sharing your insights and your expertise. So please give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you so much.
Now we'd like to invite Brent Wells up for the closing comments, and then we will adjourn for the day. But Brent Wells, team lead for Laser Pulse, will take us out.
Yep, thanks. Since the agreement officer representative for Laser is fast asleep in the Philippines, that means I get to have the final word today. So thank you, John, for emceeing. And I just want to thank all of our panelists again today. I'll be brief, I promise. And the audience joining here in person with us and also those joining us online. As Mohamed mentioned this morning, we at USAID believe that research needs to be a fundamental component of the work we do in international development. And in many ways, our programming in the research division has been an experiment in how we can best apply multidisciplinary academic and practitioner teams to that experiment in international development. And we're trying to do that across geographies and technical sectors, as you heard about today. I think there is a better way to do the work we do at USAID, and that's not to say that we're doing a bad job. I think we're doing a great job. But it's only to say that science and technology are constantly advancing what we know and what we are capable of doing. And to not apply that in our work would be to turn a blind eye to what we are capable in terms of impact in the countries that we work in. But doing this is almost never easy, as we've heard today. And we really appreciate opportunities like this one today to learn together so that we can work better together in the future on that. A central component of what we aim to do at USAID is to build progress beyond our programs and to strengthen the capacity of local country partners and put them in the driver's seat of meeting the challenges that are most urgent to them. In the research division, we see higher education institutions as a critical node in that process. They are established, they are trusted. As Dr. Roy pointed out earlier, they are networked into the governments already, and they are embedded in their local communities. So strengthening the capacity and commitment of higher education institutions just makes sense as we try to localize what we do as an agency. We're very grateful for all of our institutional partners, and we are so happy to count the Laser Consortium and the Extended Network as among them. You heard about some of the really terrific and amazing work that the consortium and the network partners are doing here today, and that really is only a drop in the bucket of the wider programming and portfolio that Laser holds. And I really encourage all of you to take a moment and go on laserpulse.org and check out some of the other projects that they've been doing, because it really is inspiring. And it's through that portfolio and the work that they do, as well as the network of researchers associated with them, that we're able to confidently advance our goals of research-informed decision-making at USAID and in the countries where we aim to serve. So again, if anybody here today, online or in the room, is interested in becoming involved with Laser or with any of the teams that are associated with Laser, I encourage you to go register for the network, talk to somebody after these closing remarks, send an email to Pallavi or UN or myself, and we will make sure to connect you with the correct people and give you the opportunity to get involved with the great work that's happening. I just want to thank you again for being here today and wish you all a good evening and a safe trip to wherever you're headed next. Thank you very much.